When it counts, STIHL delivers. One battery, over 60 tools. All-day performance, all-day comfort, all-day power. Ready for any job. Clearing, cutting, trimming, shaping. STIHL Pro Battery. Built for work.
Good afternoon, London. Can you hear me? Hello. Wave those flags in the crowd. You guys are in for an absolute treat this afternoon to witness this event. My name is Dave Warren. I'm the president of STIHL Limited, and I'm very happy and proud to bring to you the Canadian Timbersports Championships right here at Western Fair, our backyard. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic afternoon. Everybody's in great spirits. This event is more than just a competition. It's a celebration of strength, skill, tradition, and community. Timbersports showcases the grit and determination of the athletes that you're going to have an opportunity to see here today from coast to coast, the effort and the work that they've put into getting here through regional and local competitions. They work very hard. You're going to see the best of the best. I'd like to say a special thank you to a couple of individuals for making this happen. One is Reg Ash, if he's in the crowd here this afternoon. He is the CEO of the Western Fair and largely responsible for making sure that this event could go on for all of you in the stands. I also like to say a thank you to Rob Lumsden. He's our Director of Operations, and he's the fellow that kind of helped organize and coordinate with all of our crew and stage to make sure that this goes off without a hitch. So thank you very much for the dedication and vision to make this happen. To our competitors, thank you very much for the passion and commitment to this sport, to the brand, and to yourselves to make this as good an event as it's going to be. Thank you for the energy and enthusiasm. Thank you for all the people behind the scenes. We couldn't put this on without the dedicated teams of volunteers that will look after the wood crow, the timing, and everything else to put this on. And of course, just want to say thanks very much for that. Yesterday, for anybody that was in attendance, we had an opportunity to witness the pro women's, the best women from across this country. We had personal bests, national records, and yes, a world record was set yesterday on this stage. Yeah, absolutely, put your hands together. So our wood is in fantastic shape. The competitors are ready. So we, on behalf of this, let's cheer on the athletes, make some sawdust. The show is about to begin.
Expert woodsman who can cut down a tree more easily than most people can chop one up. When it really comes to tackling large lumps, you can't beat the men of the forestry companies.
An axeman's gathering. This is Thomas losing the loss that gets it.
Good afternoon, London. My name is Ryan McIntyre. I'm your host today for the 2025 STIHL Timbersports Canadian Men's Pro Championship. We have the best athlete in the nation in timber sports here in London at the Western Fair to go head-to-head in 6 STIHL Timbersports disciplines and show you who's the best in the country. We had an amazing competition yesterday, our Women's Pro Championship. We saw a 2-time national champion crowned in Andrea Hand with a world record in the underhand chop, and I expect nothing less than greatness here today from the Men's Pro Series. I have the pleasure of working alongside an incredible analyst here today. My co-host, please welcome to the stage. He's going to be helping me on the mic, Ben Cumberland. Rod, pleasure to have you here. Tell the folks what we're going to be seeing here today.
Great to be here, Ryan, and we have our two-time men's defending champion, Ben Cumberland, here. And we also have, in this field of men athletes, there are 5 other national champions here on this stage today. They're all going to be giving Ben a run for his money here in the Axes and Saws.
You're right, Rod. We have the best of the best, former champions, multi-time champions, and today a new one will be crowned. But of course, we can't have a competition in the Steel Timber Sports Series without our judging crew. So let's go ahead and welcome up our official Steel Timber Sports judges to the stage. Go ahead, Rod.
All right, our official Timber Sports judge, Darren Colford.
Our official Steel Timber Sports judge, Danielle Koch.
And leading our officials, the official Steel Timber Sports conducting judge, Jonathan Russell.
Absolutely stellar judging team we have here in Canada. Very fortunate to have an experienced crew. Of course, before we bring out our athletes, we want to thank our amazing sponsors. Big thanks to our title sponsor, Boston Pizza, Canada's biggest sports bar. And there is no better place to visit than Boston Pizza before and after the Canadian Championships.
Also, we don't want to forget our event sponsor, Toyo Tires. Control the road, own the destination.
And of course, the Western Fair. My goodness, the Western Fair has been so gracious in welcoming us here and having us. Great, so much to have us. And before we get started, let's take a look at our format for today's competition.
The Steel Timber Sports individual competition. In the first round, all athletes compete in 3 disciplines: the underhand chop, the stock saw, and the standing block chop. The times achieved will be converted into points upon completion of each discipline. In round 1, a difference of 1 point applies in each discipline, thus the fastest athlete received 12 points and the slowest only 1 point. Any rule infraction will result in a disqualification, and the athlete will receive 0 points for that discipline. At the end of the first round, the athletes with the lowest scores are eliminated. Only 8 athletes make it to the second round. In this second round, the remaining athletes compete in the single buck and the springboard for increased scores. With 2 points difference between placings, the fastest athlete now receives 16 points and the slowest receives 2. The 2 athletes with the lowest total points are eliminated at the end of round 2. Only the top 6 reach the third round. In the third round, anything is still possible in the hot saw, as an increased score interval of 3 points applies in this final round. The fastest athlete can score up to 18 points at the hot saw, the slowest only 3 points. The athlete who manages to achieve the highest total score across all 3 rounds is the new champion.
Well, folks, that's our format for today. We have our judges. It's time to meet our athletes. I want to give you a big hand. Please welcome to the stage from Ormstown, Quebec, Alex Cannell.
From Wentworth, Nova Scotia, Frank Armsworthy.
From Squamish, British Columbia, Nick Hall. Nick Hall fans.
Our first previous champion from Memricook, New Brunswick. We call him the Beast from the East, Marcel Dupuis.
3 national titles under his belt. Keep an eye on this man here today. Next up, representing Ontario, Inverary, big hand for Garnet Peters. It's our lone Ontario competitor here today, Rod.
Exactly. Also a previous champion from Celista, British Columbia, Bill Bischoff.
And from Squamish, BC, he's also a 2-time national champion looking to take down his 3rd, Stirling Hart.
And yet another Canadian champion from Magna Bay, British Columbia. We call him the Missile, Mitch Hewitt.
5 times a national champion. Can he take down his 6th today? We will see. Making his way all the way from Riversdale, Nova Scotia, please welcome Scott Reed.
And the man on the move in Steel Timber Sports in Canada from Musquodoboit, Nova Scotia, Jeff Larkin.
And from Rustigonis, New Brunswick, two-time national champion Nathan Cumberland.
And put your hands together for our two-time defending national champion from Elmwood, New Brunswick, Ben Cumberland.
What a field we have today for you folks, champions and aspiring champions. This is one of the greatest lineups we've ever seen in the Men's Pro Series, Rod. Folks, I'll ask if you're able, please rise and remove your hat for the Canadian National Anthem.
Thank you very much, and now we're going to send the athletes backstage so they can get their axes and saws ready to get this show on the road, and we'll throw it back to Ryan.
Thanks so much, Rod. Thanks to our athletes while they make their way down back to get their heads in the game for the big pro championship. I want to introduce and welcome another member of our broadcast team today. She took home the women's championship yesterday, but today she's trading in the axe for the saw and the, no, not the saw. She's traded in for the microphone. She's going to be on the mic with us. Please welcome Andrea Hand, two-time national champion and new world record holder in the underhand.
Hey Ryan, good afternoon, London, Ontario. So stoked to be back for a second day at the beautiful Western Fair. Yesterday was a fantastic mix of the top 8 women showcasing their skills here in beautiful London, Ontario. We're looking forward to seeing what's coming our way with the top 12 male athletes that Canada has brought to you on this fine stage today.
Andrea, big day there yesterday for you. So great to have you here with us today. Ryan McIntyre, Rod Cumberland will be your hosts for today's Pro Championship. And Rod, man, I am thrilled for this. This is going to be, I think, the best Canadian championship in the men's pro division we've ever seen.
Pretty tough to argue with that, Ryan, especially given the talent that we have. Hard to argue with that, Ryan, given the talent that we have here. We have 5 national champions in the past, also our current. Check. There we go. Yeah, pretty hard to argue with that, Ryan. We have some great competitors. We also have beautiful wood. We saw yesterday the wood is second to none from British Columbia. It's cottonwood. The competitors are excited to shop it, and we're excited to see just how well those records stand up throughout the day.
Records are meant to be broken, and the first word in timber sports is timber, and the timber we have this weekend is absolutely incredible. Beautiful cottonwood supplied by Mitch Hewitt, which we'll have to talk about that a little bit later. Whether or not there's an advantage there, I don't know, Rod. Very well, maybe. But we have the best in the country. They've qualified through Eastern Canadian and Western Canadian qualifiers. And here we go. And we're ready to take a look at our first discipline, the underhand chop.
Underhand chop. In the past, the underhand chop technique was used to split logs. Standing on a horizontally anchored block, the athletes cut through a 32-centimeter log. The block has to be worked from both sides.
All right, we've got our very first heat of the Men's Pro Championship in the underhand chop. Please welcome on stand number 1, Alex Cannell.
And stand number 2 from Ontario, Garnet Peters.
Our lone Ontario entrant, Garnet, been in the series for a number of years, on and off. Alex making his first debut on the Steel Timber Sports stage. What does that mean, Rod?
Sometimes it takes a little bit to get the cobwebs out and the butterflies out of your stomach, but once they have this underhand chop under their belt, I'm sure they're going to dig right in and go at it for the next 5 events.
Yeah, I think you're right. Both of these guys, competent axemen. They've been at it for a while. I'm looking forward to a good chop.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're both in the block at the same time. Our first 2 lumberjack competitors are chopping 13 inches of round cottonwood, and they're taking out big swings here right now. Good pace as they get into the small wood. They put a few drivers in, and it's Garnet Peters around to side number 2 first. Alex Cannell right behind him. So we've got a great race here in our first heat. Cottonwood is blown apart. Great, these axes are loving it. As Garnet gets down to the small wood, he's going to be looking at driving things off here in a couple of swings. And there it is. A personal best for Garnet Peters as Alex gets into his small wood and he's driven off another personal best.
Really good cutting there. A few hiccups from Alex on stand number 1. He had a few sticks in the front, a bit of a rough turn, but overall good cutting, great pace, lots of power, and Garnet with a nice good cut.
Yeah, again, first time on the stage for Alex, so great job here, handling the pressure and the crowd, so hats off to him. Both guys with personal bests.
And we have 2 good cuts.
Oh yeah, there you go. Head judge John Russell calling it again. We talk about it with the Steel Timber Sports series. It's all about earning those steel points. Every time you have a good cut, you know you're earning points wherever you rank. If you're the top competitor with 12 guys, you're walking home with 12 points. Bottom, 1 point, but a DQ is 0 points, and these guys don't want that.
Right, we should talk about that. When you watch the judges, they have yellow flags, and if you see a yellow flag thrown to the stage, you're not the only one that's panicking. The competitors are also panicking because that means something might have gone a little bit sideways. So if nothing else, they will check sometimes the block, sometimes the video review, but they're going to see if something went sideways. And again, if you take one of those Dairy Queens, and all of a sudden you could have 0 points.
Yeah, you're right. All right, let's send it over to Andrea Hand with Garnet Peters.
All right, I'm here with Garnet Peters. That was a great way to open the show, Garnet. Unofficial time of 29.03. Talk me through that cut. How'd that wood feel?
Yeah, it was pretty soft. I had a nice big front on it, and that was my goal, is to make light work on the back. Like any of these blocks that everyone cuts, we think there's a few things we could have changed, but overall it's nice to get that first event out of the way and be okay with it.
All right, you made that look too easy, Garnet. Thanks for coming to chat with us. What do you got planned for the rest of the day?
Just focus on the next event, really forget about that, and get ready for stock saw and see how that goes.
Awesome. Best of luck. Thanks so much. Up next, Heat 2.
All right, thanks so much, Andrea. Great cut there by Garnet, and I like the approach that he's saying. You know, I'm just thinking about the next event. This one's done, and I mean, that is the approach you got to take to these competitions, isn't it, Rod?
No question. A lot of this event is not in the axe or the wood. It's actually between one ear and the other. Yeah. And, of course, having a good mindset, which Garnet sounds like he's in right now, that's the way to approach it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good cut. It was a personal best. That's really all you can hope for. I mean, you can always think, what can I improve on the next shot? But ultimately, a great start to the day for both of those guys.
Again, the other thing is, because we lose a few competitors after the 3 events here, they're just focused on these first 3.
All right, Looks like we're ready for heat number 2, the underhand chop. Please welcome on stand number 1, Scott Reed.
And stand number 2, we have Frank Armsworthy.
Projecting a pretty even race here, Rod.
Yeah, Scotty Reed, he's a coach. He used to coach a lot at the Dalhousie Agricultural Campus. Frank Armsworthy came into the sport up through the college ranks as well. He's actually a student of mine at the Ranger School, and then went to UNB. Won the STIHL division for 3 or 4 years there, and now it's great to see him here on the national stage.
Yeah, 2 good axemen. They both come out of the intercollegiate level, as you said, and now they're going head-to-head on the biggest stage in the country.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off and chopping in this beautiful cottonwood. Both guys taking big, strong swings. You'll see some different approaches to this. Some guys use speed, some guys use power. Both of these guys are opting for the power, and they turn almost together. Frank Armsworthy, the first one to get into his second side. We'll see if they did the work on the front. They have to get in there to the small wood, make sure they have good drivers before they get into the second side. Both guys now getting ready to drive it off. Doug goes back for one more chip, but it looks like it's going to be photo finish.
That was down to the 100th of a second, Rod. What a finish. How about that, guys? London, you're seeing the best in the country battling it out here. And man, that's as even as it gets. Holy cow. 29-8-7 for both guys unofficially. We get the call from our conducting judge, John Russell. Make sure those are clean cuts. They look good to me.
And we have 2 good cuts.
All right.
Awesome. So we should mention, too, what the judges are looking for in this underhand chop. You can see a flat spot there where they put their feet on each side of these round blocks. They actually can't chop into that, and they also need to make sure the block is completely severed. So that's what the judges are checking for as we're waiting for the final call on whether the cuts are good.
Yeah, I mean, there's all these other things. You talked about that yellow flag. There's about 20 ways that you can disqualify yourself. But, man, great cutting there. Let's have a word from Scott Reed taking down that heat with Andrea Hand.
All right, we're here with Scott Reed with an unofficial time of 29.86. That's a personal best for you. I'm watching that cut, Scott, and I'm seeing you did all the work in the front. Walk me through that.
Yeah, the wood was a little bit firmer than I thought it was going to be, and I just placed my hits. Thought I was halfway through, turned, had a little problem with my balance. That last swing, if it didn't break, I was falling off.
All right. Well, it looked good while you were doing it. Thanks so much, Scott. Looking forward to seeing what you got to offer for the rest of the day.
Thanks.
Yeah, great job there, Scott Reed. Taking down that heat by 100th of a second. Unofficially, we'll get the final times. I see Scott's at 29.50. Not quite fast enough to take down Garnett's time at 28.63, but a very good time. And he's got to be happy with that. And like we said before, anytime you're setting a personal best in the steel stage, things are going well.
That's right. The PB you see in that little orange box means it's their personal best. It's the best time they've actually chopped this wood. So we've only been in 2 heats in. We've seen 4 personal bests. So that tells you the wood is beautiful. So we may actually see a record drop here today. Although the record right now in the underhand chop is held by Nathan Cumberland at 15.15 seconds. So that's good. You got to go a ways to beat that one.
Yeah, fast time. But, man, I do think it's within reach. We'll see what happens. But we've got a lot of good axemen coming up yet. Man, oh, man, that cottonwood. Don't you feel like you want to be up there chopping that?
I would love to be up there chopping that.
I do. Yeah.
Okay, I'll work the mic. You can go up.
Okay, we'll take turns. We'll take turns. I wonder if any of these guys would trade off with us.
You can do the underhand. I want the standing, though.
Yeah. I know one person that won't trade off, and that's Andrea, after breaking the world record yesterday.
Yeah, that was awesome to see. Always great when you see a world record set at a Canadian championship.
All right, looks like we're ready to go in our next heat of the underhand chop. Please welcome on stand number 1, Bill Bischoff.
And from British Columbia, Mitch the Missile Hewitt.
Now, as we said before, Mitch was the one that prepared these logs, prepared this wood for this competition. I do think that comes with a bit of advantage. You understand that wood's an opportunity to test it maybe at home a little bit?
No question. And, of course, also Mitch, being from down under years ago, knows how to chop different woods. So he's got the right axe. And, again, one of our veteran competitors here, and he's going to be showing us just what it takes to chop this block.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a fantastic heat here. Two former champions battling it out at the Steel Timber Sports stage.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Right on go, both men into this log, putting on a good pace. Mitch Hewitt is showing us how it's done. He is into this, and he's got a very free axe, and he's around in 7.5 seconds into the backside. He is chasing this log. Bill's around behind him. Mitch is leaning into it. He's into the small wood, into the top. He's driving this log. He's wounded himself, but can he take it? You bet. Great cut there, Mitch Hewitt. Bill not far behind. He's driving it off. A few seconds behind, but two great cuts there by two fantastic axemen. Mitch not far off his personal best. We'll see if that 21.61 drops at all, but man, that was a great cut, Rod.
Great cut by both competitors. They love this wood. Of course, they're used to chopping it on the West Coast and making great work of it here.
We have two good cuts.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Two great cuts there by great axemen. As again, both Bill and Mitch have held the national championship before. Mitch 5 times. He has more national titles than anybody on the stage here today. Anybody in Canadian history in the Steel Timber Sports Series. Also very accomplished, as we know, springboard cutter, one of the greatest ever. So we'll see how he does later on in that event if he makes it to round 2. But right now, we're going to have a word with Mitch Hewitt and Andrea Hand.
I've got Mitch Hewitt here. He's our current leader with an unofficial time of 21.61. Mitch loves long interviews, so we're going to keep this real short. Mitch, I saw you put 8 in the front and turned to your back. How are you feeling about that choice?
Good choice, but I didn't execute it exactly how I wanted.
Right. How was the wood all around for you?
Really good.
Yeah, I hear the guy that got it was half decent as well.
Doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, clearly not. Hope you have a great rest of your day, Mitch.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff there, Mitch Hewitt. Always loves those interviews, you know. Mitch, he never met a mic that he doesn't like.
You almost have to squeeze him to get it out of him, but a great guy and quite a jokester. It's always great to have Mitch on the Canadian stage.
Yeah, it is, yeah. No, I mean, I think the approach he was taking there, he really was going for it. You know, Andrea caught that. She said he put 8 in the front. An 8-hit front, usually, if you've got the wood, translates to an 8-hit back. Hopefully, I think that's what he was talking about with his plan, but maybe didn't quite execute it. He wooded himself a little bit on the drivers in the back and didn't quite come off as clean, but still a great cut. 21 seconds in this wood, nothing wrong with that.
Exactly, and of course, looking at that and seeing Mitch Hewitt lay down a 21-second chop in this, I think that Canadian record is going to be under assault here in our later heats. We have 4 big guys here. It's actually 6 on their way that can actually take this record down. So
yeah, you're not wrong. And again, our reigning national champion holding that national record with 15.15 seconds. I think it is within reach, but it all comes down to the choice, the wood draw, the log, everything. And we'll see what happens. But next up, we have heat number 4 of the underhand chop on stand number 1, Nick Hall.
And on stand number 2, Sterling Hart.
Now you have the advantage going in later heats. We've talked about it before, Rod. The ability to watch the other axemen ahead of you chop this wood and ultimately make a strategy of how you might approach it.
Exactly, and of course, the 2 guys up here, both from the West Coast, they've competed against Mitch and Billy a lot, so they know how they usually chop against them. Watching them, it gives them a pretty good idea how this is going to unfold.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Going to be a great heat here. Nick and Stirling both representing Squamish, British Columbia.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
On go. Both men into this log and roughly the same hit pace, leaning into it, looking like they're ready to set some drivers and get around to the backside, even after the front side. Who is going to take this heat? Hanging chip from Stirling. He's cleaned it out. He's into the small wood, drives the top, drives the middle, and he's trying to take this off, and he gets it. Not quite fast enough. Nick a few hits behind him.
Well, great job by Nick Hall. He'll be happy with that one, a personal best.
You bet.
Stirling chose for the power rather than the speed in that one, but again, good chop from Stirling. Pretty sure he'll wish he had a couple seconds off of that, but good chop nonetheless.
Yeah, big shout out to Nick Hall, personal best for him. And I mean, really, he was stroke for stroke with Stirling, and anytime you're doing that, you're doing something right.
We have 2 good cuts.
Yeah, great cuts, both those gentlemen. Good friends as well, both live in the Squamish area. They train together. And fantastic job by both of those guys. Yeah, so Mitch Hewitt still maintains that lead unofficially. Well, his official time, 21.37 seconds. With 2 heats yet to go, he's sitting in good position for great steel points. Let's send it over to Andrea Hand with Nick Hall.
Hey guys, I've got Nick Hall. He just walks out onto this stage today and sets a personal best right out the gate. Nick, tell me all about that.
Yeah, the wood was great. I went out there trying to just slow down, make good hits, but started getting a little carried away because it was going so well. So I had a couple miss hits on the backside, but I kept it together and yeah, felt good, came off. I was happy.
Oh, it looked great, Nick, and you made it look way too easy. Up next, we've got Heat 4 in the men's underhand.
Great stuff. Big thanks to Nick Hall. Congrats to him on the personal best again. I mean, what that tells you how good this wood is all weekend.
Exactly. Actually, should say Nick Hall, originally from Ontario, so he's another one with Ontario roots.
That's true.
Moved to Squamish, BC,
right.
So hats off to him. He's performing in front of a hometown crowd. I see his folks out here waving a flag, so big hats off to Nick Hall. He'll be happy that he had a personal best here in his previous homeland.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, Sir Sanford Fleming College grad. He represented at that school. And then ultimately, I mean, that's how that was his progression into the professional series. And now you see him on the biggest stage here going head to head with the best. And, well, really, let's be honest, trying to make his way through to round number 2.
Right, that's a goal right now in all these competitors. Get through to round 2. That's where we have our single buck and our springboard, and they'll want to get good steel points in that. So really, it's all about these 3 events coming up.
Yeah, of course, you have to be in that top 8 in order to move on to round number 2, the single buck and springboard. Then after that, we cut 2 more to go into our final round. Number 3 in the hot saw. They're all hoping to get to the hot saw. They all brought their hot saws here. 12 guys brought a hot saw. Only 6 are going to run them.
Exactly right. The best. We're going to see the best run them today towards the end of the show. But right now we have our next heat of the underhand chop.
All right, please welcome up on stand number 1, Jeff Larkin.
And Jeff has his hands full with Marcel Dupuis on bench number 2. So again, 2 Eastern competitors. These guys battle it all the time in the Maritime Lumberjack Association. Jeff Larkin right now in the lead in the Maritimes for the overall points in the year. But Marcel Dupuis, he has been I don't know how many times he's represented Canada in the underhand chop in the teams race. So again, no slouch in the underhand chop. That 15 seconds is going to be shaken right now.
Absolute powerhouse is about to battle it out in the underhand.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Both guys in the wood at the same time. Marcel Dupuis, all power, a little bit shorter strokes, but he uses a ton of power. Jeff Larkin, a little bit longer strokes, but he's getting down into the small wood. And Marcel Dupuis has made his turn already around 10 seconds, so he's gunning for a 22nd time as he gets into a small wood. How about it? Marcel Dupuis with a great chop. Let's stay behind Jeff Larkin as he gets into the small wood, and he's driven it off 23.67 unofficially.
Man, that was a great cut, Marcel Dupuis. Different approach, you saw, really shortened those strokes up, but man, oh man, he was hitting with so much power. Isn't that unbelievable? Drops the time to beat down sub 20 seconds. We'll get the official time here soon, but let's see that these cuts came off.
And we've got 2 good cuts.
All right. Fantastic stuff. You know, you see Jeff and a lot of these competitors right in that kind of 23, 24 second range. That shows how even the field is. So for Marcel to drop that time to beat by unofficially a few seconds is a lot in these races, isn't it, Rod?
No question at all, and it's going to be tight. We know that the last 2 heats are going to be really tight. And, of course, we got the Cumberland boys coming up right after this. It'll be interesting to see how they approach the underhand.
Yeah, let's send it over to Andrea Hand with Marcel Dupuis.
I've got Marcel Dupuis back here setting a time to catch at 18.13. That block had no idea you were coming at it, Marcel. Talk me through that. 8 in the back to finish.
Yeah, that's kind of what my game plan was. I want to try to put a good front end, so I put 10 in the back, and see, I knew I was a bit farther than halfway, so I kind of shortcutted the back and came out good for this time, so I'm pretty glad with the cut.
All right, that's a 2-time Canadian champion right there, showing us how it's done, setting the time to chase.
Man, great cut there, Marcel. Officially 17.09 seconds, folks. He has absolutely obliterated that time to beat. And with 1 heat to go, he knows he's sitting in at worst 3rd spot. This is a great spot to be after the first discipline, isn't it, Rod?
Exactly. Again, it all comes down to points. He's guaranteed at least 10 points right now.
That's right.
Which is great towards his overall total. And, of course, these guys all know the fellows coming up now, the big guns, really, in the chops, Ben and Nate Cumberland. And their pace is phenomenal. Their power is phenomenal. So they got to put everything they have into their chops while they're there, because they know those guys are going to be nipping at their heels.
Yeah, and just a reminder, the national record held by Ben Cumberland currently 15.15 seconds is the national record. 17.09 is the time to beat here today. I do think it's in striking distance, but we'll have to wait and see what happens next.
So again,
all right, our final heat of the men's underhand chop here in the Pro Men's Championship. Please welcome on stand number 1, your reigning and defending Canadian champion, Ben Cumberland.
And on stand number 2, Ben's younger brother, Nathan Cumberland.
All right, big race coming up here, Rod. Your 2 boys. I'll take the mic on this one. I don't think you won't be able to pick. We've got incredible stuff here. The best in the country here in London on the stage. Man, oh man. I don't know. How do you pick it?
Not sure. I also should say what they're doing there. You probably know some putting something on their axe. That's STP that a lot of them use. Makes the axe a lot greasier.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, off on go. Both Cumberlands into it, putting it in a furious pace, and already setting drivers and around to the backside. It's Nathan with a huge slab off the back. He's into it. Ben's into it. Who's going to take it? Nathan Cumberland driving. He's taking it off. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 14.05 seconds unofficially. It looks like we have a new national record as predicted, Rod. And one Cumberland takes it from the next.
I think the last time Ben actually took it from Nathan too, so.
This is give and take, isn't it? They were obviously taught how to share as boys, weren't they? So you have the record, now I'll have the record.
And we have 2 good cuts.
Great job. Big hand for those gentlemen.
Be interested to see what the actual official time is. 14:05. That may drop a little bit here.
Yeah, I think it will.
Yep.
We could see that in the 13s. We really could. Incredible cut there. Nathan Cumberland, man, what a pace he was putting on. That was absolutely furious. And Ben Cumberland, not to be outdone, close to his former national record or 2. Let's send it over to Andrea Ham with a new national record in the underhand chop. Nathan Cumberland.
Well, Nathan just walks out onto the stage and obliterates the last time by over 4 seconds with an unofficial time of 14:05. Nathan, you are no stranger to setting records, but that has to hit home there. Standing next to your brother and chopping. Talk me through this.
Yeah, I was very blessed with that. Ben's exceptional axeman. He's been beating me really bad at all the shows out east this summer, and just very blessed up there. And shout out to Mitch Hewitt for getting some great wood.
Wood looks fantastic up there, and you guys look awesome cutting it.
Thank you very much.
Man, great stuff there. Nathan Cumberland just absolutely destroying that, and he sure did it, Rod. Officially 13.61 seconds. What a cut. The fastest ever in Canada in the underhand chop. What a great way to wrap up that discipline.
And he saved it for the Western Fair, so good on him for doing that. Again, we also... the winner of this will go to the World Championships in Milan later this fall, but also we also take a team over there this fall And the people that win the individual discipline, so the winner of the underhand chop gets a chance to actually represent Canada underhand chopping at the Worlds.
Yeah, you bet. Well, and after one discipline, Rod, sitting in the 12th spot, it's Alex Cannell with 1 point. Scott Reed in the 11th spot with 2. Frank Armsworthy behind him, 3 points. Garnet Peters sitting in the 9th spot, 4 points for him. Bill Bischoff, 5 points in the 8th spot. Nick Hall, 6 points for him. He's sitting in the 7th. Jeff Larkin sitting in 6th currently with 7 points after his underhand chop. Sterling Hart sitting in 5th with 8 points. Mitch Hewitt with 9 points in the 4th spot. Marcel Dupuis, 10 points for him. He's sitting in 3rd. Ben Cumberland in the 2nd spot with 11 points. And, of course, Nathan Cumberland taking home the underhand chop and your leader after that discipline with 12 points. All right, our next discipline's a stock saw. Let's send it over and take a look at that discipline.
Stock saw. After the starting shot, the contestants have to cut 2 wooden discs, so-called cookies, within a 10-centimeter mark. 1 downward and 1 upward. The attempt is only valid when both discs have been cut off completely and within the marks.
All right, ready to go in the first discipline of the first heat of the Steel Stock Saw, sponsored by Toyo Tires. Control the road and own your destination. On stand number 1, Scott Reed.
And on stand number 2, the beast from the east, Marcel Dupuis.
Both very competent sawyers, running these MS 661 93cc chainsaws off the shelf, no modifications whatsoever. 20-inch bar, big, heavy, powerful saws. You know, a bit more than you might see for the homeowner's average saw. But man, these guys know how to run them.
They're tacked to 13,000 RPM. They're both identical. They have brand new chains on them. They've all been run in the woods, so they're as identical as we can get. This event comes down to the operators.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Both guys are doing it at the same time. They battle each other all the time on the East Coast. And we've got a great close race here. Both cookies dropping at the same time. They're putting as much weight on it as they can. Who's it going to be? Marcel Dupuis squeaking out Scott Reed just by a whisker.
Really nice close race there. Smooth through that first cut. The judges are going to have a look, make sure they have 2 complete discs. They cannot cut out, as we call it, meaning they didn't complete a full cut all the way through the log. They only have 4 inches measured from the front of the log in order to make those 2 complete discs. Let's see what the judge says and whether or not these guys have 2 cuts. That will count for steel points.
We have 2 good cuts.
Oh, yeah.
They love to hear that. 2 good cuts. Again, we call this a great equalizer, running these steel stock saws. The MS 661, beautiful saws to run. And again, you have to have 2 complete cuts, not cut over the line, and not jump the gun. So there's lots of stuff going on in their minds right now, but both these guys, great time there in that first heat.
Yeah, good race there. I mean, you saw it as they finished that cut and moved into the second cut. They were dead even. Let's have a look and have a chat with our winner, Marcel Dupuis and Andrea Hand.
Right, I'm here with Marcel Dupuis again. Marcel, that transition on the stock saw, I looked absolutely flawless. Your body looked relaxed. Tell me about what happens in your mind when you're walking up to that discipline.
Well, stock saw is the most mentally challenging event, and I'm not too used to being in this winner stage on the stock saw race. Sometimes I get into my head, but I just thought about it like I use saw all the time. So just make 2 cuts, and I know how to use them. Just go there and make 2 cuts. That's how my mindset is for stock saw.
All right, Marcel Dupuis setting the time in stock saw to chase.
Yeah, I love that approach. And I mean, that's a 3-time national champion talking, telling you how it's done. The competitors at home watching this, they really should be paying attention to that. Just go up, you know how to run it, make that cut.
Right, we always say sometimes it's an advantage to watch the previous heats, especially in the chops. But in the stock saw, that's one I've always said, don't watch a guy in front of you, because really all you got to do is go up there, do what you've always done in the stock saw. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing. And Marcel taking that mindset, coming out with the time to beat right now, so good on him.
It looks so easy, but man, it's so difficult to put those two good cuts, those nice transitions, those real smooth transition from that first cut to the second. Both those guys were even, and Marcel just must have had a little bit smoother cut on the upcut than Scott, because he just got him. But what a great race by both those competitors.
Yeah, they want to listen. They try to listen as close as they can to the RPMs of the saw, and when you hear that, when it bogs a little bit, you got to lighten up. So if that happens, usually you'll lose a split second in your event. But if you can make your cut the whole way through that without a bog and you're lapping, it looked like that's exactly what Marcel did.
Yeah, great cut, both those guys. Getting ready for our next heat, but officially 12.61 seconds. Marcel Dupuis leading the way after one heat. It's time for our second heat of the men's stock saw. On stand number 1, Alex Cannell.
And on stand number 2, Ontario's own Garnet Peters.
I'll be interested to see, Rod, how Alex fares in the stocks on this event. Again, we've said it before, it's first time on the STIHL Timbersports stage. You know, as you said before, this is and Marcel talked about, it's a mental game. How does that come into play when it's, you know, first time on the stage and trying to go in an event like this?
Yeah, I talked to him a lot the last couple of days, and he seems pretty cool. He's a pretty cool cucumber, so I think he's not going to have a problem with this at all.
Good.
Your size. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Both men are off. Both men in the work at the same time. A little bit different technique. Garnet Peters having the nose down. Alex Cannell with the nose up. Here they come in the second cut. They're nick and tuck right now. Who's it going to be? It's Alex.
Wow. Hey, no doubt about it. You're right. Cool as a cucumber through that cut. What a great job, Alex Cannell. He may very well have taken down that time to beat. We'll have to wait for an official time, but great job by both those gentlemen in the 13s, even cuts.
Yes, Alex, of course, running with the Quebec ladies here as well that we saw yesterday. So, again, they're no stranger to pressure, and I'm sure they're giving him lots of advice.
Yeah, you bet. He's pumped. Happy to get a clean cut. Judges having a look at that one. Now, what you'll see is if they do see something in question, they will toss out a yellow flag. You keep an eye for that one. They may have a close look, but having a little discussion up there.
Not sure if I saw a yellow flag or not on this, but they're taking a little bit of time here. We may be going to a video review.
It's always something that makes you sweat a little bit as a competitor. And you're waiting on the judges to make a call.
Oh, and here they come. So there must have been a yellow flag here. Jonathan Russell, our official head judge, going to see Danielle Koch, also official STIHL judge. They're taking a look at the video review. So they could be looking for a number of things. They could be looking for the start, whether their fingers, there's a line on the top of the block. All 4 fingers on each hand need to be across that line. They can't jump before the go, so they can also look for that. And if there's not a complete cut, they'll also try to check if they can find that on the video as well. So anything here can and sometimes does go wrong. I remember just 2 years ago when I was doing this, I was an absolute train wreck. Yeah. I did everything. I jumped the gun, I missed the cut, I cut over the line. It was a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah, I know Garnet's probably feeling it up there, waiting on this call. Very well likely looking at that jump gun, as you said. I mean, when it's that close, they have to make sure. Obviously, it's a lot easier to tell if the cookies are full. Usually they're sitting on the deck. They can look at those pretty closely. Sometimes they might go to a video review, but often if the cookies are kind of there or not, it's either full or it's not. But the jump gun, because we have super slow motion technology with our video timing system, they can actually go back and make sure whether or not that cut is good. Head judge Jonathan Russell, he's going to head up and make the call on this one. And I know Garnet, with bated breath, waiting to see He's
and
made
also,
it through.
Alex, with that time, he actually could take over first place if everything's good with his cut as well. So it'd be interesting to see what happens with his official time.
And we've got 2 good cuts.
All right, 2 good cuts for those gentlemen. Great job. Alex Cannell, 12.86 seconds officially. Not quite fast enough to take down Marcel Dupuis with 12.61, but a great start for him today. Good competitive time. Nothing wrong with that.
Putting some heat on the guys to come, so that's
right.
what they want to do.
You're right about that. All right, we've got Andrea Hand over with Alex Cannell taking down that heat.
I'm here with Alex. Alex is a new up-and-coming in the STIHL Timbersports world, gracing the stage for the second time in his career. Feel like we're going to see you around here for many more years. Alex, you walk out onto that stage and set a 12.86, securing you in second place at the moment. When you walked out there, what was your game plan?
Just to be focused on the log and make 2 good cuts. I don't want to rush it, but it came with a good time. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
All right, mission accomplished, Alex. Thanks so much for your time.
Yeah, great job there, Alex Cannell, taking down the stock saw with, as you said, very calm, great approach, great demeanor. I mean, for a young competitor just new to this stage, and I mean this stage, the biggest stage in the sport, in the country, to be able to come up and run that's a great sign for his future.
Yeah, looks just like a pro there, actually going up and, again, focusing only on his cut, not worrying about the times to beat or anything else. And that's what you want to be doing. These guys need to come up and just stay in their own head, worry about their own cuts, put down 2 good cuts, and away you go. So this is, again, all about points. This is the great equalizer, the stock saw.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but we've got a lot of good Sawyers yet to come. Oh, and we've got Team Rubicon, our timber team, throwing out a bit of swag to everybody in the crowd. Raise your hands. You want a bit of STIHL swag? They're making their way through the crowd here right now. Got some foam fingers and axes. All kinds of great stuff.
Nothing like a good souvenir, good STIHL souvenir to take home.
Yeah.
Letting all your friends and family know that you were here at the 2025 Western Fair watching STIHL Timbersports right here in London, Ontario.
Great day here. We got a great crowd too, Rod. This is fantastic. Big thanks to you all for coming out, checking out the STIHL Timbersports series in London. Great to be back in London. First time we've been here since 2017. The STIHL Timbersports series, of course, moves around the country, and it is so fantastic to be back here. This is the headquarters for STIHL Canada right here in London.
I'm very curious to find out, how do you like the show here today, gang? Yeah, they're loving it. We're loving it as well. All kinds of excitement yet to come.
Yeah, we've got a full day here, but we're in the middle of discipline number 2, the STIHL stock saw.
Also have the standing block chop coming up after this. Then, of course, the next round we head into the single buck and the springboard chop. And then, of course, we end things off with the hot saw event, and that's what we call the NASCAR of the lumberjack world. The competitors get a 1-cylinder engine, anything they can actually put together and put a bar and chain on. If you've never seen the hot saw before, you'll want to stick around for that. That's one of the most exciting events in STIHL Timbersports, and it's coming here today live in London.
Yeah, and if you enjoy everything you're seeing here today, you can join us again tomorrow for the Hot Saw Showdown at 1 p.m. And, of course, you can catch all the action on TSN and now on TSN Plus.
Right on.
Past episodes of the STIHL Timbersports series, all the future episodes, and our brand new behind-the-scenes series, Beyond the Cut. Special behind-the-scenes look at many of our top athletes from across the country. Fantastic series, Rod. I think people are really going to love it. It's just an incredibly well-produced series. Big shout-out to Lucky Bay Productions building that amazing new program. TSN Plus, and, of course, the STIHL Timbersports series on TSN.
Actually, Ryan, I did get a chance to check out some of that behind the cut, and what a great job. Actually, you get behind the scenes, you get to look at the guys in their element, at their homes, with their kids and their families, and boys, I'll tell you, bring a tear to a glass eye, I'll tell you. It was just awesome watching those behind the cuts, and you get to know these guys. They're great people. Like, we have some phenomenal people involved here in STIHL Timbersports, and that whole series brings that out. You know, you watch Jeff Larkin call the cows in back in Nova Scotia. You know, you're watching Ben Cumberland saw a couple of logs off on his sawmill. It's amazing. So I was really impressed with that, and just to encourage the crowd here. You want to get to know these guys and gals. There's some great people here, and that's the best way to get to know them.
Yeah, you bet. And a few more of these great competitors coming up next in the next heat of the steel stock saw. Stand number 1, Frank Armsworthy.
And on bench number 2, Ben Captain Cumberland.
Both these guys, again, competent sawyers. And really, that could be said about anybody in the series. This is the Pro Series. It's the top 12 guys from across the country. Any one of them can win this event. But honestly, when it comes down to the stock saw, it's about points. Get a decent time. If you can win it, great. But it's about those kind of top 3, top 4 finishes in order to get great points to move. You just got to get through this round. It's all about advancing in the rounds. Round number 2, and then ultimately round number 3 with the hot saw.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, big opening cuts there. Both these guys even into the log, working their way down through. It looks like Ben Cumberland first out, but has a bobble. But so Frank Armsworthy's picking up time, but Ben is moving through that top cut. Who's going to get it? Oh, Ben catches up after the bobble, takes down Frank, but what a great race there. That was very close.
Very exciting, too. You see Ben double clutch it there. He must not have hit in quite far enough. Remember, they need a complete disc, so he moved in a little bit more and started that cut. And I thought he was gonna have a slower time, but man, he was right on the throttle, just where he should have been, and actually just by a whisker edged out Frank Armsworthy.
Yeah, it really comes down to knowing those saws, doesn't it, Rod? His ability to not just get into that second cut and come from behind. That takes a lot of skill and an ability to know the MS 661 and how it runs in that type of wood.
On stand 1 or stand 2, we have a good cut. On stand number 1, we have a DQ for incomplete cookie.
Oh no.
That's a heartbreaker for Frank.
That is a shame. Yeah, I mean, it comes down to it. You have those 4 inches, that 10 centimeter section measured from the outside of the log in. You have to make 2 complete discs. It sounds so easy, and it is just so challenging. Unfortunate there for Frank. But Ben Cumberland with a great cut, and we're going to send over to Andrea with Ben.
I've got Ben over here with me. As if stock saw wasn't challenging enough with the mental game that we play, there's also added elements that we can't control in that. And one of those is your cookie rolled right in front of the tip of your bar, creating an obstacle. Talk me through what that feels like and how you work past it.
Well, it definitely takes away from my concentration on the cookie I'm cutting currently, because I'm also watching this one rolling in front of me going, is it complete? Did my bar actually knock it through? Do I need to make another cut? So anyway, thank the Lord it went well, and got 2 on the deck.
All right, well, congratulations, Ben. You kept your composure and got those coveted steel points for the next round.
Yeah, terrific stuff there, Ben Cumberland. Man, that talks about, I mean, that's the mark of a champion, as well as being able to stay composed when those things go wrong, because they do go wrong.
And that's how fast it happens in your mind as well. Ben did a good job of actually painting a picture for us, because as that's all going on, boys, things are happening really quickly in your mind. And the sign of a true champion, of course, is to just let that happen and just stay focused on what you're doing and put down a good cut. And actually, he's only, 14 100ths of a second off our fastest time.
Yeah.
Right now, Marcel Dupuis still holding that position at 12.61.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I think these top guys, they're able to slow the world down. When they go into the zone, they can take a competition, an event that takes 12 seconds and it feels like 12 minutes to them. They can see everything happening in slow motion. So Ben was able to adjust in the hundredths and tenths of seconds to make those adjustments, calm himself down, and make sure that he got 2 good cuts. What a great job by Ben to get a fantastic time. Unfortunate there for Frank Armsworth. Going to be 0 points for him. He's going to have a tough hill to climb to get out of round 1 after that.
Yeah, let's talk about Frank a little bit, though. I tell you, we talk about up-and-coming stars in the Steel Timbersports Men's Pro Series. Doug Armsworth is one of those guys, and he's spending the time, he's putting the time in, practicing at home. We'll hopefully get to see his hot saw. We'll definitely see his hot saw tomorrow. He's put a lot of time into that. Actually had a good buddy his build his own hot saw. And Frank he's another one of those consummate pros. Like he's always wanting to perfect his chops, perfect his sawing. And just watching him here, actually, even in the qualifier getting here, did a great job putting together some good chops, good sawing, and he's always advancing himself. So it's awesome to see Frank here especially as a guy I used to coach at one time.
Yeah.
Great seeing him here on the national stage.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, that is about the progression of the sport. Earlier this summer, we had the Rookie Canadian Championship. A lot of these competitors, they make their way through that series. They come through the college level, as we talked about. Maybe they were born into it like the Cumberlands. You know, there's different ways to get into the sport, but ultimately to get to this stage, to get to the Pro Series and the Pro Championship, you have to work and dedicate yourself for years, and these guys have done it. And it's time for our next heat of the stock saw. Please welcome on stand number 1, Jeff Larkin.
And on bench number 2 from British Columbia, Bill Bischoff.
Two very, very good sawyers, Rod. Both very comfortable with these saws. I know Jeff's been putting in the time training. I'm sure Bill has run this saw many, many, many times. This could be a terrific race.
Actually, we got to see Bill run that saw on the behind the cut. That's one thing
right.
He does actually.
Yeah, that's right. He got a couple of cuts in.
At his home as he shows us how to do the stock saw.
Yeah, beyond the cut, boy, he showed us the behind the scenes of the cut.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Time to beat 12.61 set by Marcel Dupuis. A little bit of a bobble by Bill Bischoff getting into the wood, but he's settling in now. And actually not too far behind Larkin, but Larkin's laying down a great cut here in the stock saw. Can Billy catch him? Oh,
Whoa.
It's a photo finish.
How does that even happen? Bill completely missed the top of that log. He was going so fast. Somehow caught up to Jeff on that second cut. And I mean, it's a photo finish. We'll have to see. But boy, it looked like he might have got him.
What a great race. What a great race.
Oh, you love to see it. As we said. Oh, it looks like we have a flag on Bill Bischoff's stand. Judges are having a close look. Now they've got to make sure where he did nick the top of that. If he took some of that off, he had to move in far enough to cut a full disc. If he just went in far enough and didn't get that full disc, he may not get a time, Rod.
Now that's the stock saw. And like I say, it's the great equalizer. Everything has to be perfect. They're going to look at that. And again, even if your cookie rolls into your bar, there's lots of ways that you can actually make that compromise your complete disc, I guess we'll say. And now Bill Bischoff on the hot seat, making sure that it's a complete cut, but not much he can do about it now but sit and wait and see how the judges make out in scoring this.
Boy, they're having a close look at that one. I know Jeff Larkin's happy to get through that one. He had a nice smooth cut. I mean, that was a great job by him in and out of the log, and it looks like we have our call from head judge Jonathan Russell.
On stand 1, we have a good cut. On stand 2, we have an incomplete cookie, DQ.
Oh, heartbreaker for Bill Bischoff. Boy, he comes in. He's coming in with big expectations for himself. And he knows, listen, this is a former champion. He knows what it means with this format. You've got to earn points in every discipline. He's going to have his work cut out for him to make it on to round number 2. And that is a big surprise here today. Looks like we're... All right, Andrea Hand here with the winner of that heat, Jeff Larkin.
All right, Jeff, cool, calm, collected, and it paid off. You threw down that cut, and you got yourself some points moving into the next round. We all go in with the plan with the stock saw. What was yours, and do you feel like you executed it?
I just did what I do at home. I was in the hills of Middle Musquodoboit. The cows were in the background, and nothing else existed, and I just did the cut I've been doing for the last month.
Well, you made it look like you were just at home. Great job, Jeff.
Thank you.
Terrific job there, Jeff Larkin. If you want to see more of him cutting with his cows, you can check out Beyond the Cut TSN Plus. Great stuff by Jeff. You know, smooth is fast, fast is smooth. You know that they say like that. It doesn't have to be the fastest time. It's all about points. and he's in there. He's grabbing points from that. 13.32 official time there for Jeff. You can tell he's putting the time in that event.
Exactly. Actually, something else we should talk about. We always say the other thing in this in the sawing events, thin to win.
Yeah.
And of course, when they're cutting actually West Coast white pine here. It's a little bit corky wood, but in all honesty, the thinner that cookie is coming off, the faster the saw will go through the wood.
Yeah, why is that, Rod?
Well, again, there's not as much wood pressing against the bar and the chain, so it makes it go through the wood a little bit faster. Same in the crosscut saw, not quite as much pressure on the teeth and the rakers. So they do, but there's always obviously a happy balance. So
That's right.
If you get that too thin, then you run the risk of doing seeing what Billy Bischoff just had is you wind up with a DQ. So they want to be somewhere in the middle. They have 4 inches of wood to cut. They're taking out at least a half an inch with their 3/8 chain.
Yep.
So again, they've got 3 inches and change to make those 2 cuts in.
Absolute heartbreaker there for Bill.
Yeah.
But he will be fired up, and we'll see more of him in the standing block chop.
Yep. Yeah. You bet. Watch out for that. I don't know who's in the heat with them, but buckle up.
And he loves that event too. So I'm looking forward to seeing him again a little bit later on. But we still got 2 more heats of the stock saw here in London at the Western Fair. Man, what a start.
And typically our times get a little bit faster because a lot of these heats are all set based on what their qualifying times were. So as we go along in these heats, you're seeing the guys that have the faster and faster times in the qualifier. So the next 4 actually had the fastest times in the Eastern and Western qualifier. So again, that time that Marcel has 12.61 still could be under attack. So we'll see here the next 2 heats.
Very impressive to do that in the first heat, is it? Yeah. All right. Well, looks like our next heat for the STIHL stock saw. Let's welcome on stand number 1, Nathan Cumberland.
And on stand 2, Nick Hall.
Nathan, I believe, we'd have to double check, but I believe he has the national record in this event. Set way back in 2018 with Saga Beach, 10.22 seconds. Oh, no, Ben took it down. The individual world championship, sub 10. That is going to be a tough one to take down. That would be an awfully tough one.
Not sure we have the wood here today to take down that record.
But 2 very competent sawyers. Nick does all kinds of work. He's a great chainsaw carver as well.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Quick to the wood, both gentlemen working through that log very even. Nathan, the first one through, and he's on his way up. He's putting in a great cut, and he is done. And it may very well be a new time to be. Great cut there, Nathan Cumberland. Nick Hall not too far behind him. He's in the mix as well, but man, Rod, what a great cut by Nathan.
Great cut, and again, now you got to wait and see if they have 2 complete cuts, not over the line, but usually the competitors know. So
they do.
When you see a guy like Nathan give the thumbs up, he's pretty happy that with his cut. Oh, but we do have a yellow flag. Wonder where that's at. Well,
yeah, it looks like Nick Hall's got a flag on him. The judges are having a close look.
Yeah, usually you can tell when you watch the competitors, it gives you a pretty good insight into what's going sideways. So see Nick a little bit more concerned. Nathan give the thumbs up after his. So
we're getting a video review on this one. The judges are going to have a close look. We'll take a look. See what the judges have to say. Taking a close look. Perhaps a jumped gun, for example, Rod. We'll have to see. Sometimes if you talked about thin to win, sometimes when you have a very thin disc, if it falls and breaks, they may sometimes look to see, okay, well, when it started to fall, was it complete when it was falling and then broke when it hits the stage? Because then obviously it was a complete cut. Hard to say what this one is. Perhaps a jump gun. Looked okay to us. I mean, geez, if we were the judges, Nick, we'd give it to you, buddy.
Well, you know what? it's a lot better to be sitting here than it is to be one of the judges. That's an event, a job
really
I don't think
job.
I'd want.
Yeah.
Because again, they want to be fair for all the competitors, And the worst thing is that they all know everybody. So,
Yeah.
it's hard to hand out a Dairy Queen to one of your buddies, in the event. You feel bad for them, but...
well, we're all sharing the same hotel, so they got to see him at breakfast tomorrow.
Yeah, so...
And
so
well,
that's why
let's
they're
be
making a
honest.
check.
All of our judges, too, they're all former competitors
Yes.
back in the day. They know what it's like. Nobody, as you say, nobody wants to give these things out, but we do need a fair and even competition. The Steel Timber Sports Series does have very clear rule sets, and that's what makes it one of the greatest competition series that just exists in any sport. It's very well judged and ran, and our judges just do a fantastic job.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, the other thing is this is for positions on Team Canada as well. So you want to make sure we're sending our best over to go against the best in the world. And of course, Canada doing very well. Not sure if you've seen it before or not, but if you want to watch this fall, come October, it will be the World Championships, and Team Canada will be going, as well as the Canadian champion that will crown here later today. And Canada are medal winners at the Worlds. They have been the last several years, bronze and silver medals, still gunning for the gold, trying to take the stranglehold away from the Australians on that. But if we get our 4 best guys there, I'm pretty confident that Team Canada can do just that. So we want to make sure we're sending our best over there, and boys are giving this a real hard look.
Yeah, you bet. But Nathan Cumberland taking down that heat for sure with an official time, 12.33 seconds. He's your new leader in the stock saw. And as you said, with Team Canada, the fastest competitor in each one of our disciplines that are on the relay team in Milan, Italy at the World Championships will be the representatives in that discipline. Looks like we have our call. Our judges coming back. Nick Hall, bated breath. Boy, he wants that time. Needs that time.
Okay, we have 2 good cuts.
All right, Nick Hall. Oh, big sigh of relief.
Making the hometown crowd holler for
Holy
joy.
cow, he needed that one.
Good on Nick Hall. Again, he's put the work in this year. Be a heartbreak to actually see him take a DQ this early. But again, his goal is to get to that round number 2. I heard him say that this morning. So again, laying down a decent time. That's good steel points. Hopefully that'll pump him through to the next round.
Yeah, you bet. Let's send it over to Andrea with Nathan Cumberland.
All right, Nathan, here again, you're making a habit of this. I feel like this won't be the last time I'm interviewing you today. You freight train right out on that stage, and you take another number 1 position in the first 2 disciplines. I know that stock saw can be a love-hate relationship. Where does that fall with you?
Yeah, I think for all of us, we're just kind of glad when stock saw is over, just because there's so many ways you can get DQ'd in it. A little bit tougher wood here today, and yeah, just having fun around the saws, and great crowd out here in London.
All right, thanks, Nate. Look forward to see what's next.
Great cut there, Nathan Cumberland, new leader in the stock saw with just 1 heat to go. Again, a great position to be in. He knows, all right, I know I'm going to get great points in this discipline, and it's all about, as we've said, just getting through that first round. It's all about getting to round number 2, the single buck and the springboard chop.
Well, most guys know what they can do in the chops. So they're pretty clear on, I'm going to be right around 14, 15 seconds. The stock saw, again, I keep saying it, it's a great equalizer. Who knows what can go sideways? And as long as you're in the zone and doing exactly what you want to do, like once you get that good time, you get a few points, the guys are just breathing a sigh of relief. Okay, let's get back at it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. With 1 heat to go, Nathan Cumberland leading the way, 12.33 seconds. Marcel right behind him, 12.61, and Ben, 12.75. Man, it's a really tight leaderboard. 4 guys under 13 seconds, and the rest all in that 13-second range. How tight is that? Basically, one second separates first from 8
Unreal.
in this race.
Again,
1 second.
That speaks to the quality of the competitors we have here in Canada right now, and we haven't even seen the 2 best qualifying times.
That's right. Yeah, Stirling, Hart, and Dupuis. Yeah. Yeah, unbelievable. 1 second, first to 8th. I mean, that is just a clear sign of the consistency of these professionals. The best athletes in Canada in the timber sports world right here.
And at one time in Canada, we spent so much time, trying to perfect our chops and our single bucks. Now everybody's practicing this one.
That's right. All right, final heat of the stock saw here. The Men's Canadian Championship in London. Please welcome on stand number 1, Stirling Hart, and stand 2, Mitch Hewitt.
And on stand number 2,
All right, Mitch and Stirling, your two top qualifiers from the Eastern and Western qualifiers across the country. Both excellent swords, both work in the bush. Mitch, a faller on the West Coast. Stirling
warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Both guys fast. Mitch Hewitt, though, the first guy to get into the wood, having a great first cut here as they get down to the bottom, and it is Mitch with the first block on the ground as he makes his way back up the top. Can Stirling catch him? No, it's
Wow.
Mitch Hewitt with a great time.
Great cut, Mitch Hewitt. Oh boy, I think that time's going to drop. Unofficially the exact same time as Nathan Cumberland, but when we get that official time, we may see it drop. What a great cut, both these guys. Now let's hope that they're both clean cuts. We don't want any more DQs. But man, Mitch Hewitt, what a great cut from him.
The crafty veteran from British Columbia showing us why he's been a previous national champion. How many times?
5 times.
5 times.
Yeah, he has
national
more
champ.
than anyone. Knows how to get it done.
And we have 2 good cuts.
All right.
Great news.
You bet we do. Those are 2 great swords. No surprise. Great cuts from both those gentlemen. And as we said, they were the top qualifiers through the Eastern and Western qualifiers in that event, and it just showed there in that final heat of the stock saw. Have to wait for the official time, and we'll have your results here in just a moment after our second discipline. But we're going to send it over to Andrea Hand with Mitch Hewitt with official time 12.18 seconds, taking down the stock saw.
We've got Mitch Hewitt here. He comes strolling into the stock saw, laying down a 12.18, taking first place in that. Mitch Hewitt's no stranger to the stock saw, but Stirling told me earlier he clearly asked you to wait for him in that heat. What happened there?
Well, I was waiting for him, but yeah, I don't know what happened to him. I was pretty happy with that cut. Nothing too wrong, and yeah, pretty smooth.
All right, we could all take a couple lessons from you, Mitch.
Mitch Hewitt showing us how it's done in the steel stock saw, getting it done, and man, did he ever show us. That is how you run a stock saw right there, dropping that time to beat, taking it down to the final heat, 12.18 seconds, and winning the stock saw discipline.
Pretty interesting, too. Mitch Hewitt's usually always in the hunt for first or second place in the chops. And it's interesting that, you know, now that they settled down a little bit farther in the first chop, now all of a sudden they jumped right up and they're winning and placing well in the stock saw. So they know they need those points. So right now in the stock saw, Mitch Hewitt won that with a time of 12.18, so he's in first place in that event. Nate Cumberland is second with 11 points. Marcel third, right down through to Jeff Larkin actually getting 3 points in the stock saw event. So when we add those to their overall standings to this point, Nate Cumberland sitting ahead right now with 23 points in the lead, but right on his heels, Mitch Hewitt with 21 points, Ben Cumberland with 20, tied with Marcel Dupuis, also 20 points. We then jump down to Sterling Hart, who has 15, Nick Hall with 11, Jeff Larkin with 10, Garnet Peters and Alex Cannell all tied with 9, Scotty Reed with 8, Billy Bischoff with 5, and Frank Arnsworthy holding down our 12th place with 3 points.
Those DQs are going to be telling for Bill and Frank. We're going to hope they make it through, but we've got one discipline left. That'll be the standing block. But before we go to that, we've got our Timber team out here giving out a bit more swag. Team Rubicon making their way through the crowd. Raise your hands, make some noise if you want some great steel swag. Big thanks to Team Rubicon helping out here today. Our second discipline down, Rod. After 2, we have a great competition going, and we've got one discipline left to go here in London.
So again, for that break even, that's the bottom 4 drop out after the next event. And of course, Garnet Peters and Alec Cannell both with 9 points right there. So, and they're very close to Larkin and Nick Hall. So quite the battle there to see who's going to make it to the next round, round number 2, and to be able to get out their single buck and their springboards to do a little bit of tree surfing. So great races still yet. The leaders, I guess anything can still happen, but we're coming into the standing block chop, one of the favorite events for a lot of these competitors. It'll be great. There'll be some great races in this next event.
Yeah, your top 5 guys are kind of pulling up to the top. They're sitting well in points going into that third discipline in round number 1. The next 5 to 6 guys, they're all really tight, and they know it's all about just getting through. I got to be in the top 8. I have to be there. I have to get to round 2. That's all that matters at this point. One more discipline. How do I get there? Well, I got to put in a heck of a chop in the standing block.
Okay, so if we look at those competitors and consider the event we have, the standing block chop, what do you think there?
Oh, man. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, a guy that's going to be fired up for the standing block is going to be Bill Bischoff.
Bill Bischoff.
It's going to be Bill Bischoff. There's no question. I know how much time he's been putting in, and he's going to be super disappointed at stock sauce. So you watch for Bill in the standing. But, man, we're going to have some great cuts there. Guys like Nathan, guys like Ben, guys like Mitch and Stirling. I mean, Jeff Larkin, he's been putting in the time. Marcel, and any one of these guys, let's be honest, these are great axemen. There's some terrific, really world-class cutters we have here in Canada, and I just cannot wait for this event.
So again, the standing block chop, simulating felling a tree. You can see their blocks here on stage, getting ready, getting set. And you can see at the top of these blocks, there's some little dots up there. Those are actually what we call slabbing nails or screws. And they're put into the blocks because some of these guys, you take a big guy like Nathan Cumberland or Billy Bischoff, when they hit that block with all their power, they can slab the whole side of that block off. That's right. And actually that's wood that they don't have to chop then, so it gives them a competitive advantage.
Yeah.
So according to steel rules, they have to put slabbing nails in the top of the block, both sides, to hold that wood there so that they all chop the same amount of wood. So that's the slabbing nails. Of course, you don't want to hit those things with your $800 axe, that's for sure.
No, talk about these axes a bit, Rod. I mean, these are specialty tools specific for racing, right?
Exactly. You don't buy these axes that they have at the local hardware store. Most of them are manufactured down under in Australia and New Zealand, where this sport has been around for almost over 100 years now. Yeah. And of course, they have a razor. We keep saying, they're razor sharp. On my YouTube channel, I keep saying, it's a 5-pound razor blade. And I don't think people understand just how sharp these axes are. But you can shave the hair right off your arm with these axes. And they're made that way specifically. They're all ground to roughly 14 to 16 degrees. They've got a nice finished edge. And we're going to see them used here in this next event.
Yep. Let's take a look at our next discipline, the standing block chop.
Standing block chop. At the standing block chop, the felling of a tree with an axe is simulated. A vertically positioned wooden block with a diameter of 30 centimeters has to be cut through both sides. A powerful and precise swing with the axe is the premise of a good result.
All right, there it is, the standing block chop. Our very first heat. Please welcome back to the stage on stand number 1, Frank Armsworthy.
And on bench number 2, Scotty Reed.
These guys both veterans. Scott's been around for some time. He's no stranger to this stage. Frank, he's been in here a couple of times. He's starting to settle in.
And both guys, actually, Scott Reed doing a pretty good job at standing block chop recently, but I know this event, Frank Armsworthy actually loves the standing block chop, doing a great job. He actually puts together a real technical chop, so can't wait to see him swing here.
Yeah, you're going to see two different styles here. Big sweeping swings of Frank, punchy style, powerful, action-packed there from Scott. Can't wait to see this cut.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, both guys on go. You see they're both using that 2-2 pattern. 2 up, 2 down, clearing out those chips. Tons of power. Scotty's already driving it around to the back. He's left a wall of wood in the front, but he may be fine. He's hitting with so much power. Frank is around to the back. He's leaning into it. Scott's trying to drive this thing off, and he's got it. Wow, great cut from him. Frank not far behind. He's looking to take it. He's wooded himself a bit. He's got a lot of wood there, but he's going to drive it off. 2 great cuts and a couple of personal bests for Scott and Frank. What a great cut there, Rod.
Man, I'll tell you, Scotty Reed's going to be the happiest man walking off this stage.
Bet.
I haven't seen him chop a sub 25-second cut in quite a while, so he's going to be tickled to death with that time.
Yeah, and I mean, he left a wall away. I can't believe he drove that off. What a powerful chop there.
We have two good cuts.
Great cuts, both those guys. The official call. Man, the wood he left on his far side in the front. I thought, how is he going to drive that off? Well, I know how. Easily. Very easily.
Yeah, obviously he liked the wood, and he knew we could get away with it, and he did.
Great job there, Scott Reed. We'll hear from him in just a moment with Andrea Hand. Man, what a great job. Let's send it over to Andrea and Scott.
I'm back here with Scott Reed. Scott, you walked up to that block like it owed you money. I wasn't sure what was going to happen there, but you made short work of it. I saw you left a bit of real estate in the front. What was your game plan?
I don't know. No, I was spraying my hits on the front, and I was like, well, made a mess. Let's get out of here, and went to the back, and it drove off really nice.
All right. Well, you cleaned up that mess in the back, and you took that heat. Well done, Scott.
Thanks.
I made a mess. I better get out of here. That is a great line. Man, Scott Reed, what a cut.
Best cut the guy's had in probably, 5-10 years. And he made a mess of it and went for it and just ignored it. Went around to the back and drove it off. So
I mean, and the thing is, too, as we said, like, he's a veteran of the sport. He's a veteran of the series. And let's be honest, we talk about it a lot. He's a really top-tier, world-class single sawyer. But with the discipline system we have in the rounds and the knockout system, he hasn't been making it to round two the past couple of years, and that's what he's pushing for. He's putting in good cuts, good runs in the stock saw. He's hoping to get through. That's what it's all about.
In the last few years, you see Scotty lay down roughly a 30 to 32 second time in the standing block. So that's going to rattle the guys coming up behind, because they see Scotty lay down a 21 second time. I mean, I know the wood's good, and thank goodness we're watching some great
wood,
chops and good wood. But boys, I'll tell you, that is still a phenomenal time.
That really is.
When you get Frank Arnsworthy chopping in 29 seconds.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, 2 times in the under 30 seconds. Great runs from both of those gentlemen. That's a sign of things to come, perhaps, Rod. I don't know. We don't like to predict too much around here, but we did a pretty good record yesterday, actually. I thought we did pretty good, predicted a few national records. But great cut there. Scott Reed, he's going to be thrilled with that. We'll have to wait and see. Now all he can do is wait and see, did I make it through to the top 8? And he can't, possibly even know that until the final heat of this discipline. We've got a lot of chopping left to go here in round 1. In our third discipline, the standing block chop, here in London at the Western Fair.
So just so you know, the national record is 12.4 in the standing block.
That's a fast time. We'll see if these next two guys can put a thread on it. On stand number 1, it'll be Garnet Peters.
And on stand number 2, Nick Hall.
Now, Garnet learned the trade down under. He's got a really technical, beautiful swing. Nick learned in college, but he has honed his craft over the years, working a lot with guys like Stirling, Hart. And, boy, I really think this could be a very close and very competitive heat.
All Ontario heat here for us.
You bet.
I know that Nick now resides in Squamish, but his roots are deep here in Ontario. And Nick doing a lot of training this year. Like you can tell when he comes up on stage, boys, he's ready for these events. So
yeah, they're dialed in.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Nick Hall, first guy in the wood, so he's just chomping at the bit to get into this cottonwood. Has a little bit of a chip in the way. He gets that out of the way. Garnet Peters well into his block. Has a beautiful one, and he's the first one to make the turn at 10 seconds to his backside. So he's on track for a low 20-second time here as both guys start getting into their small wood. Nick trying to lift that chip, so a little bit harder block. But Garnet, he's getting into the small wood, looking at driving this thing off. And there it is, a personal best for Garnet as Nick Hall gets into the small wood. He's going to be putting some drivers in now, looking to drive this thing clear. Stay in a decently competitive time. Oh, and it holds on, but Nick Hall also getting that block on the ground.
Yeah, not the cut Nick was looking for there. Probably a bit disappointed in that one. He's a great axeman, and I think he got a little greedy there, trying to take a bit more. Garnet got greedy too. He drove a pile of wood and maybe drove it a bit early. 1 or 2 more hits in the back might have saved him a few, but man, good cut and a personal best by Garnet Peters. Great job by him. Gonna be happy with that cut, I think. Not quite enough to take down Scott Reed though. Still leading the way with 21.39.
And we've got 2 good cuts.
Great cuts, both those gentlemen.
Yeah, as I said, Scotty Reed, that is an uncharacteristically fast time, and I know he's going to be thrilled with that. That'll be the highlight, unless he has some other events that go just
round one.
well.
Highlight of round one.
Yeah,
we'll wait to
round
see.
one.
It might not be the highlight.
Yeah, that's
yet.
right, because that's one guy that always brings a single buck and hasn't been able to run it on the national stage for the last few years. So hats off to Scotty, boys. He's gunning for that, and it looks like he's sitting in the best position he could be to get that baby out in the next round.
Yeah, you bet. Let's send it over. Andrea Hand with Garnet Peters.
All right, Ryan, I'm over here with
Standing
Garnet Peters. Garnet, you are a fairly new face to the stage here, but again, I feel like you're another face we're going to see for many years to come. You roll in here and you're starting right out the gate, setting some personal bests. First few hits that go into that log tell us a lot. After your first couple of hits, what were your thoughts?
I better I'll be turning before I thought I was gonna, that's for sure. It's a very soft wood. And on the back, ideally I would have maybe chipped one more and come off a couple hits earlier, but you know, it's a personal best for me, and it's a very individual sport, and you're trying to improve on what you've done so far, so it's all right.
Well said and great advice. Great job, Garnet.
Nicely done, Garnet Peters. I appreciate that perspective as well. It's an individual sport. I set a personal best. It's a great way to look at it.
No question at all. And again, that's a pretty solid mindset to have. It's just you and the block. Don't worry about the other guys. Just chop your block. So that was good enough to set him in second place right now. But Scotty Reed still with that 21 second and change, holding down first place right now.
Yeah, that may very well be threatened in this next heat. We've got a few really top-tier axemen coming up, including the man that procured and prepared all this wood, Mitchell Hewitt, in the next heat. But, man, I know he's sitting back there. I know he's just thrilled.
So, and actually in this next heat, it's going to be a pretty interesting race because we've got the probably one of the biggest movers right now in the Canadian steel timber sports in Jeff Larkin.
You bet. And he's going to come up on stand number one. It will be Jeff Larkin.
And, of course, his hands full with our crafty veteran, Mitch Hewitt.
Yeah, it's going to be two very different styles here. Jeff, an absolute powerhouse, but continues to work on his technique. Mitch, a seasoned technician, one of the greatest axemen that's ever lived. 15 times a world champion at the Royal Sydney Easter Show in the Tree. And he's a 5-time Steel Timber Sports Canadian champion as well. Jeff chasing down his first national title. Maybe today will be the day.
You'll want to watch him chop too. Mitch Hewitt chops like he's a 260-pound man. Like I've never seen a guy swing an axe so hard in my life.
Yeah, he's really impressive to watch him. It's almost like it whips out of his hands and slices through those fresh cottonwood fibers.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Both guys hitting on go. They open with a 1-1. They've seen those earlier heats, and they know what the wood is doing. They see it reacting, and Mitch is setting drivers, but it is Jeff Larkin first around. Who is going to take this heat? Nice big slab off the back of Mitch's block. Jeff staying with them. Who's going to drive it? Who's going to take it first? Oh, it's Mitch Hewitt. Jeff right behind him. 2 strokes and 3 seconds. What a great cut there. Mitch Hewitt showing us how it's done, Rod, in the standing block chop.
Again, he chops this wood all the time from BC. He prepared it for this stage, grabbed the right axe, and man, it's so nice watching the technician and Mitch do this chop.
Look at the slope on that cut, the front side.
We got 2 good cuts.
Yeah, you bet. 2 great cuts. Man, oh man.
Yeah, that was a great. If anybody wants to learn how to do standing block chop, that was the chop.
That was the one to watch.
By Mitch Hewitt.
And Jeff Larkin, got to be happy with that one too. Beautiful cut from him. Absolutely stellar stuff. Let's send it over to Andrea Hand with our winner in that heat, Mitch Hewitt.
I'm back here with Mitch Hewitt. Mitch, you've cut a few of those standing blocks in your decades-long career. Where does that one fall in your personal best?
I don't really know. It was a solid cut. Obviously, can always do better, and there's always little things that happen, but it was solid.
Looks solid from here. Thanks so much, Mitch.
Yeah, great stuff. Mitch Hewitt dropping that time to beat 18.08 seconds. With just a couple heats to go, that's where you want to be sitting. And, man, shout out to Jeff Larkin. You know, to only be a few strokes behind and a few seconds behind one of the greatest axemen we've ever seen, Mitch Hewitt, that's a huge testament to the time he's putting in as well. 21 20.03 unofficially. That may drop below that 21 mark when we see the official time for Jeff. Great job by those guys. Scott Reed still in the mix with another great, we've talked about it over and over, great time for him. And Jeff does drop below the 21 second, 20.86 seconds for him. Man, some great times here. And the great wood, it all comes down to the timber, doesn't it, Rod?
No question. So, again, that time was set last. The Canadian record right now was set last year by Ben, the Captain Cumberland, over at the Worlds. I think it's 12 seconds and change, is it not?
Yeah, 12.40 seconds.
12.4. So,
that's
again,
a tough time to beat.
Beautiful wood. He had beautiful wood last year at the Worlds, and it will be a tough one to beat. But, boys, I'll tell you, the wood looks nice, and there's some powerful hitters coming up.
I mean, it could be done. You see those big slabs, like you talked about it with the slabbing nails. You see when these guys, when they lean into these opening cuts, and you see big pieces of wood slab off the front, that's a great sign. We see it, they see it, and they know, okay, now's the time. Right. You saw with those guys, too, they took a different approach than the first few guys. They didn't do a 2 and 2, 2 up and 2 down. They went 1 and 1, meaning they had an 8-hit pattern in the front, and they were going to go 8 or 6 maybe in the back if they could take it. So now we've got more heavy hitters coming, using that strategy, watching the earlier heats, and seeing what they can do to drop that time. And we are ready for our next heat of the standing block chop. On stand number 1, Alex Cannell.
And on stand number 2, Marcel Dupuis.
Alex obviously had a terrific qualifying time earlier this year, sitting in a good position going into this, and again gets the opportunity to see some earlier heats. Marcel, perennial champion, he's always a contender, and I found his standing block has continued to improve just as his career progressed. It used to be a weaker event for him years ago. Now you would never say that, not a chance. He's a fantastic standing block cutter, and he could very well take down that time that Mitch Hewitt just set in that last heat at 18.08.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, Alex Cannell right into that block on the word go, right on the money. That's what he wants to be. Take every advantage of the time he has, but it's Marcel Dupuis getting around to side number 2 first. He must have a beautiful block. He's putting big drivers in. Alex Cannell trying to get into that small wood.
Whoa.
Oh, look at that! A personal best for Marcel Dupuis. That's unreal.
Holy cow. Man, that's a sub-17-second cut there from Marcel. And Alex Cannell, how about that? 21 and change unofficially. What a run from him. Just a young guy, first time on the stage, and he's showing us. That's how you cut a log. Well done, Alex. But, man, Marcel.
Great
Boy,
shots
it looked like he left some real estate in the front. No, I made a mess. I'm going to get out of there. I'm going to drive that off from the back.
It worked for Scotty Reed. Why not try it?
What a great cut, both guys.
And we have 2 good cuts.
Yeah, you betcha. Not 2 good cuts. We had 2 great cuts.
Awesome cuts. Personal bests again. So now again, the other thing you got to remember, if they're both laying down personal bests, our world record holder, if he gets a personal best, then all of a sudden now we've got a new Canadian record.
We're going. I believe we've got a winner in that heat. Over with Andrea Hand. Let's send it to Marcel Dupuis.
All right, I'm here with Marcel Dupuis, just sliding into first place there on that standing block chop. So Marcel, when we open a log here, we can do it with 2 types of patterns, a 1 and 1 and a 2 and 2. I noticed you opened that standing block with a 2 and 2. Talk me through that.
Yeah, so the wood, I thought I was going to put 10 hit in the front, but then when I opened up, my chip was pretty narrow, so I said, well, it's going to be 6. I'm going to turn it on and try to drive it from the back. So it worked out good for me, but sometimes we take a chance. It doesn't always go like that, but this time it did. So
yeah, sure did. 6 in the front and 8 in the back, to be precise. Good job, Marcel.
Thank you very much.
Man, what a great cut there, Rod. Officially 16.53 seconds for Marcel Dupuis, your new leader in the standing block chop. I mean, that is a cut, and you heard it. Well, I opened narrow. I'll just get around the back. I'll do the rest of the backside.
And typically you don't see that. Like a lot of these guys are pretty technical. They know. Usually the wood is a little bit firmer, and you can't get away with some of this stuff that we're seeing right now. But the wood's gorgeous. It's beautiful wood. It's chopping well. So if there's any time you're going to take a little bit of a risk, now's the time to do it. And both Scott Reed, Marcel Dupuis, they both took that approach, and it's paid off for both of them.
Absolutely it did, yeah. I mean, it's just so much power. Well, both of those guys, just super powerful guys, and they were able to drive off a ton of wood. That's not an easy thing to do. And some wood is not going to allow you to do that. But this cottonwood just seems to be, yeah, I'll just let go. It's fine. I'm good for today.
The other thing I've noticed, too, when they're charring their axes, a lot of the guys, when they're going through their axe box, are saying, man, all my axes are chopping it good. So that the good news about that is if they're all chopping pretty darn good, you can pick your favorite axe, the one you've got the most confidence in, and then away you go. So
and what would go into the favor? I mean, because different axes chop different wood well. If they're all cutting it well, does it come down? Is it the handle? Is that kind of the decision? What's more comfortable? How would you choose in that situation?
Sometimes it is the handle that you like best. Other times it's just the axe. You know that you've done a lot of great chops, had a lot of good times with a certain axe, and if you go with that one, you like the handle. It's the right length. You know it's going to chop well. So that, again, a lot of confidence in the mind of a competitor. Then they can just go out there and actually take the chances that Scotty and Marcel are, and you see them lay down a beautiful time.
Yeah. You know, and often different axes for different disciplines. You see a different one for the springboard, different one for the underhand, different one for the standing. I mean, these guys they're bringing a box to a lot of steel.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm not sure whether the crowd can see it or not from there, but the axes are actually finished different. Some have a chisel on the edge of them. Some have a banana-shaped grind on the end of them. Some have a super grind on them, and they all chop different woods differently, so that the competitors will actually try their axes in a block. And big thanks for Mitch for providing some extra blocks for that. They can try their axes, and the one that's the most free coming out of the wood, so the one that sinks the deepest, but it's also free coming out, because if you're struggling and fighting with that axe bringing it out of the wood, you're losing a lot of valuable strength and energy. So
and time.
Right
all
on
comes
the
at
money.
the time. Now let's see, because we're going to have a fast time in this next heat. I've been itching for this one. On stand number 1, please welcome Bill Bischoff.
And on stand number 2, Stirling Hart.
Now these guys, as we said before, they've had the opportunity to see the previous heats, to see how the wood reacts, especially after guys like Marcel, like Scott. They know they can break wood. So I think you might see a furious pace and some big driving blows on the backsides of these logs, but we'll have to wait and see. Bill Bischoff versus Stirling Hart in this heat.
Again, these last few are heaviest hitters in the standing block chop, so we're going to see some great chops.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Not the first time these two guys have squared off. Do it all the time on the West Coast, but they're doing it here in London, Ontario. In this cottonwood, and Stirling Hart's happy with these around the side number 2 in 8 seconds. He's on a blistering pace here right now. Bill Bischoff around with him, putting big swings in. Stirling Hart's putting the drivers to it. He thinks he's done the work, and he has. Bill Bischoff, again, getting into the small wood, trying to reach that far wood and drive it off, and there it is, Bill Bischoff, 26.3 unofficially.
Yeah, great cut there from Stirling. Maybe got a little hungry in the back, tried to take a bit of wood. Bill, unfortunately, not the cut he was looking for in that run, and that may be the end of Bill's day, sadly. He needed a top time in order to squeak through that round 1 with that tough run of the stock saw. But we'll have to wait for the call from the judge here, John Russell.
We've got 2 good cuts.
Yeah.
The judge says 2 good cuts, but I bet you if you talk to each one of those competitors, they're going to say,
they'd have it
I
again.
don't think so. That's not my best cut. I'm not too happy with it, but...
You know, Stirling's was a technical cut, but he pinched himself a bit on that front, and I think not being able to get that near driver in, he really had to come in flat, and unfortunately that probably cost him a hit or 2 in the back, and we may have seen a new time, but we didn't get there. Anyway, let's have a word from Stirling with Andrea Hand.
Stirling Hart back here laying down a fast time of 19:19 in that standing block. Stirling, I was asking Marcel earlier about the patterns that we open with, and you opened that one with a 1-1. Can you walk the fans and the spectators through why we're choosing that pattern?
The pattern kind of chose me in that block. It was kind of a choose your own adventure on that one. We kind of decide, we give ourselves a few options as we're going through the block, depending on how we actually cut it, how the axe is cutting the wood, those types of things. Now, it didn't quite go the way I wanted. I kind of ran out of wood in the front. And then on the back, I thought I was a little bit further through than I was. It didn't quite come off, but a few things I would change, but overall, good time.
All right. Thanks for the insight, Stirling.
Thank you.
All right. Smart words there from your 2-time Canadian champion, Stirling Hart, looking to take down a 3rd. I believe the last time he won it was right here in London. He might want to win it again. You know, it's been a little while.
Yeah, I think right now he wants to slide into that second round, and again, he was one of the ones that was down a little bit lower in the standings, which is quite surprising, considering that we're dealing with Stirling Hart. He's a world record holder in the springboard chop, also champion at the trophy.
Yeah.
So
well, he's the only Canadian to win a world title in the Steel Timber Sports Series. He won the world trophy back in, I believe it was 2018. So nice to see him back in the mix. And I really think like that time, 18.82 seconds officially, it puts him in the mix. He's in the top 3 right now. However, this next heat really is our premier heat, our 2 biggest and fastest cutters right now. And let's bring them up for our final heat of the standing block chop. On stand number 1, Nathan Cumberland.
And on stand number 2, Ben the Captain Cumberland.
Battle of the Brothers right here in London. 2025 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championships, the best in the nation, battling it out on the biggest stage in the country. I think you're going to see an incredible pace, folks. This is one you do not want to blink. Do not look away. Do not take a step in any direction except towards those barricades to watch this heat, because you're about to see these brothers battle it out for bragging rights and possibly a win in the standing block chop.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, into it. Both 1-1 openers for both of these guys. They're tearing into these logs. Ben is already setting his drivers. Nathan's right behind him. Ben's into the back. 2 hits. He's in. Nathan's right with him. And oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Ben Cumberland! Ben Cumberland! That doesn't even make any sense, Ron. What just happened? What did I just see?
Go ahead, man. It makes a lot of sense.
Holy cow! We are going to wait on an official time on that. Nathan Cumberland with a beautiful cut, 18.2. But we see the inverse, 12.8. Holy cow,
National
Rod.
record, 12.4, so it's going to be interesting to see what that is.
We have got to wait for the official time. He is hovering on that national record. I've never seen anything like that. Unbelievable cut.
And we've got 2 good cuts.
That is the greatest standing block cut I've ever seen in person in my life. I couldn't believe he took that. I looked over at Nathan's cut. I looked back. He's the top of the log's coming off. That was remarkable.
He's a technician,
Wow.
and he took that block apart really technically correct.
Man.
And again, the other advantage, he's got to watch Stirling Hart and Mitch.
We're going to wait for that official time. Ben Cumberland, 12.8 seconds unofficially. Now, the national record, 12.4, set by Ben Cumberland last year. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, and it looks like, what a heartbreaker. Sadly, only 12.5 seconds officially. Yeah, why couldn't he just go a little faster, eh? You know, what a great cut, though. Ben Cumberland taking down the standing block chop. Let's have a word with Ben and Andrea.
All right, I'm back here with Ben Cumberland. Ben, that was smooth, that was clean, that was fast. Was that everything you needed it to be?
Well, that's the cut I got. I don't know if it was exactly everything I wanted it to be, but the axe from Rob Spry is cutting this cottonwood from Mitch really, really well.
Great job out there, Ben.
Thank you.
Ben Cumberland taking down the standing block chop and 12 points. That's where he needs to be. Man, dropping that time to beat 4 full seconds faster than the next fastest time, Marcel Dupuis. That means Ben earns 12 points in round number 1. Marcel with 11 points in that event. Mitch Hewitt takes 10. He's in the 3rd spot in the standing block chop. Nathan Cumberland, 9 points for him in the 4th spot. Stirling Hart right behind him, 8 points with the 5th place finish in that event. Jeff Larkin, 7 points for him. He's going to be happy with that, Rod. Alex Cannell, 6 points with a 7th place finish. Great job for him. Scotty Reed with a great chop, but there's so much time, so many fast cutters in that. 5 points for him. Garner Peters, 4 points in the 9th spot. Bill Bischoff, just 3 points, unfortunately. Frank Armsworthy, 2 points for him in the 11th spot. And Nick Hall, 1 point for him. Which means, after round number 1, your overall leaders, it will be Ben Cumberland and Nathan Cumberland tied with 32 points overall after round number 1. They'll move on to round number 2. Marcel Dupuis and Mitch Hewitt tied 1 point behind them. What a race at the top. 31 points for them. Stirling Hart, 23 points, sitting in the 5th spot. He's moving on to round number 2. Jeff Larkin moving on to round 2 as well with 17 points. Alex Cannell with 15 points. And that means he's moving on to round number 2. And folks, even though we have a tie in points, 13 points, Scott Reed, Garnet Peters, it is Scott Reed moving on to round number 2 after that blistering time. Great job to Scott Reed. Congrats. Unfortunately, it looks like Garnet Peters, Nick Hall, Bill Bischoff, and Frank Armsworthy are done for the day. They're not moving on to round 2, but congratulations to all our top 8. Man, Scott Reed, he is thrilled. Boy, I bet you I've never seen anybody. I can't see him right now, but I bet you he is running to put the handle on that single buck saw.
He's dancing right now. And the other guy dancing right now, Marcel Dupuis, 2nd place in the standing block chop.
Yeah, terrific
I'll tell
stuff.
you, that was a great chop by Marcel.
Yeah, really, really impressive runs there. All of our competitors. And I mean, round 1 is in the books, and we are just seeing the best of the best here in London at the 2025 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championships. Really impressive stuff. Man, Ben and Nathan and Marcel and Mitch, the top 4 guys within a point of each other.
And we've got a dogfight for the finals here right now, boys. It's shaping up to be incredible. And, of course, a lot of great single buck cutters, and 2 of them, Scotty Reed and Jeff Larkin, making it to round 2. They are both pulling great single saws. Marcel Dupuis, Nathan and Ben also. So, I mean, we've got some really good single buck cutters. And then the springboard, that's going to mix things up because we know we have Stirling and Mitch.
Yeah, you bet, Rod. We've got some fantastic stuff. Andrea, you're seeing the best of the best. You are the best of the women's division, but now you're seeing the men's pro. How are you feeling about the competition so far after we wrapping up here in round 1?
All right. Thanks for making me blush there, Ryan. Really appreciate that one. Yeah, no, it's looking so good from where I'm standing. These guys are here and they're ready to go. Energy's great. Everybody is pumped. We're all hoping in this next round we're going to see some national records, and hopefully by the end of the day we're going to see some world records. These guys are out here to get business done. Moving into this next round, we're going to watch that misery whip, and that is finesse, strength, and overall talent. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how these next 2 disciplines shake out, and then we're all going to figure it out when it comes down to the hot saw.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I mean, I'm going to say, looking at this run, quite honestly, Rod, this may be the best single buck Canadian Championship round 2 we've ever seen. These are all top-tier single sawyers. I mean, I don't know how this can't be the best we've seen. It's going to be incredible. I'm really excited to see Alex Cannell. Super thrilled to see Scott Reed. I mean, you've got Stirling Hart, Marcel Dupuis, the Cumberlands, Jeff Larkin. Jeff gets to cut. You know, he got knocked out early last year, and almost similar to Bill Bischoff this year, a guy that you would expect to see in round 1. Bit of bad luck, doesn't make it through. Jeff made those changes since last year. Now he's moving on, and he's a guy that, man, he's been putting in an enormous amount of work. And what it is, we've got single buck and springboard, double steel points in this round as well. And then we see the top 6 move on to the hot saw. Man, there's a lot go on here yet.
There's a lot happening. You look again at who's good in the single saw, and you've mentioned all the guys that can pull a really good single saw, and then Mitch Hewitt, who's probably one of his weakest events. He's the missile come springboard chop,
Yeah.
so, and that's the second event in this round. So this is going to be awesome to watch.
Yeah, you bet. We're going to take a real brief intermission, folks. If you want a chance to stretch your legs as we get ready for our next discipline, the single buck, don't go too far, though. We'll be kicking things off with round number 2, the 2025 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Men's Pro Championship, right here at the Western Fair in London.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Kelowna.
Here we go. It's going to come down to the last few hits for both of our competitors. Holy smokes. There we go.
When it counts, STIHL delivers. One battery, over 60 tools. All-day performance, all-day comfort, all-day power. Ready for any job. Clearing, cutting, trimming, shaping. STIHL Pro Battery. Built for work.
That's what that is. And Jeff's been doing it forever, and that's why he's now really coming into his own, coming into his prime.
He makes the tree roll on top of this top.
So if you're not holding it down as you push in, the nose is going to drop.
Yeah, but who holds the world record?
Well, anyway, that's just a good day, praise the Lord. But
Who holds the record?
Ben does. I've got the cookie in the shop if you want it. Dad wanted it for the shop, but
That came from Chilliwack.
Yep.
That's last year's. Yep. That's the 10-point world record.
In between events, he's still that kind of carefree, happy-go-lucky guy, but when it's 3, 2, 1, go, that's when his switch flips. That's when he's ready to friggin' go.
Either one of these guys could very well set a new time to beat. As you heard Jeff say, it's fast wood. He didn't read it properly, came in a bit hungry perhaps. But this is the benefit of going in later heats, Lindsay. You get to see how other competitors are cutting through the wood, and whether that's a chopping discipline or a sawing discipline, you can adjust your strategy based on that. And that's exactly what these guys are doing. Trust me, they're on the sidelines watching every cut before them. They're watching George, they're watching Jeff. Okay, it took him this many strokes, I can do it in this. It's all strategy.
Absolutely, and it's especially an advantage having such great sawyers go first as well, because you know that they're reading the wood as best they can, they're as best as anyone really. And
You're right.
This is, like you said, this is a full-bodied event. You think, oh, it's just a saw. They're not chopping. They're not putting in the effort. This is an extreme example of just a full-bodied event. They're using every single tooth of that saw to cut through that wood because every tooth counts.
Athletes ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, folks. Make some noise for your STIHL Timbersports athletes. This heat is going to go by in a blink of an eye. It's Ben Cumberland on stand 1 who's powering through first. Wow. 10.60 seconds for Ben Cumberland on stand 1.
Wow, that was a fast time. We might even be looking at a new world record. It's hard to say at this point. We'll know in just a few seconds when we have our official time. But Ben Cumberland, what a heat of the single buck. He's going to be feeling good about that. That's going to be the points he's been looking for all day long.
We've got 2 good cuts.
Fantastic news, my goodness. Ben Cumberland is going to be walking away from that heat feeling really good.
All right, folks, here with Ben Cumberland, just setting a new time to beat. A beautiful cut there, Ben. The strokes look good. Everything looked good about that. How did you feel about that cut overall, pal? That was a beautiful cut.
Well, I'm very thankful that went really well. JP Mercier made an incredible saw. Got it touched up and run smooth, and praise the Lord, I actually did it justice this time.
2-cutter or 3-cutter? What was the saw choice in that run?
That's a 3-cutter. He made it for Nathan and I, and Nathan's a lot stronger than I am, so it's that saw is really hungry, so I'm thankful that I can pull it.
Hey, you pulled it great, and don't feel bad. Nathan's stronger than all of us. Shout out to Nate Cumberland at home, but how about Ben Cumberland right here at the 2023 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championships with a beautiful run in the single buck. All right, folks, we are back, and we're ready for round two of the 2025 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Pro Men's Championship right here in London. Ryan McIntyre, Rod Cumberland, your hosts for the biggest event in the Steel Timber Sports world in Canada. The best athletes
We've got the top 8 that have made it through round 1. We're done with round 1. We're on to round 2. It's double points, and it's on to our next discipline, the single buck.
Single buck. The single buck is a one-man saw about 2 meters long. With this, the athletes have to cut off a complete disc of a 46-centimeter thick wooden block. The perfect interplay between rhythm and strength is the key to success.
All right, our first heat in the single buck. Please welcome on stand number 1, Scott Reed.
And on stand number 2, Alex.
Alex Cannell, Scott Reed, head-to-head in our first heat of the single buck. Man, you know, Scott has been watching this ever since the discipline system changed in the Steel Series a few years back and went to this round and knockout-based system. Scott, one of his stronger events being single buck, being hot saw, he hasn't had the opportunity to compete in those, and I know he's just a huge sigh of release that finally I get to hear. So I'm really looking for a good cut of him. Alex Cannell, first time on the STIHL TIMBERSPORTS stage, and here he is making it through to round 2. What a huge accomplishment.
And of course, the guy that's training him, and of course the saw he's running is from JP Mercier, so he's also looking forward to this event.
Yeah, of course, great sawyers. They got to test these saws earlier in the day to see how they cut in the wood. They know if they can pull them. They know the number of strokes. These guys have an idea of what the saw can do. Now let's see if they can deliver in what it can do.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
First heat of the single saw, big long strokes is what they're after, no hangs. A little bit of a bobble from Scott, but he's settled right in, doing a great job now as he gets into the big wood, but he's making quick work of this. Alex Cannell also fast pace over here on bench number 2. Who's going to take this heat? They're nick and tuck. Oh, and it is Scotty Reed, personal best time.
Yeah, good runs there, but a few hangs from Scott, uncharacteristic. I know he's been switching, he's been trying different saws, he's been trying different systems to try and figure out what's going on. You know, back in the day, he used to run the 2-cutter a lot. Now he's on to the 3, a little bit different saw. But man, just the fact that he got to run here today, I know he's thrilled for that.
We've got 2 good cuts.
All right, 2 good cuts in our first heat of the single buck, round number 2. Scott and Alex. Couple hangs at the bottom. You see that often in the single buck. That saw, it dips, that nose dips, and it hooks on a raker, and you just can't push and pull it. Oh, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, it is, and that's Scotty. Typically, he teaches most guys in the East Coast this event, so knows it really well.
You're right. Let's take a minute and hear from Scott Reed and Andrea Hand.
All right, I'm back here with the winner of that heat, Scott Reed. Scott, you just walk right out there and throw down a personal best time. Little hang up in the middle of the cut, but a great recovery. How'd you feel overall about that?
Oh, that was another big mess, but got a big shout out to JP Mercier making a great saw for us. And I'm just happy to be here. Got a little excited, and first time making it this round.
All right, well, your messes look great from where we're sitting. Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, great job, Scott Reed. And I know that's not the cut he's looking for. We've seen him put in world-class, near world record cuts in the past. Yeah, the hangs happen, but man, just the fact to make it through to this round, I know that's how he's feeling. A huge accomplishment. And a perennial Steel Timber Sports competitor. He's qualified, I don't know how many years, lost count, probably a decade ago.
Yeah, and also Scotty's represented Team Canada in the single buck event as well. So, I mean, the guy's no stranger at all to the steel stage. Yep. He's represented us doing single saw. He's trained Jeff Larkin. He's trained the Cumberland boys. He's trained a lot of the up-and-comers here in the Steel Timber Sports circuit. So, hats off to Scotty Reed, and I'm pretty happy for him that he made it this far. So
yeah, me too. Official time for Scott, 17.83 seconds after that first heat. Again, it's double points in this round, meaning there's only 8 guys, but it's 16 points instead of 1 point per finish. It's 16 points to win this event. That can really shake things up as you come towards this round. And of course, we have the single buck and the springboard chop.
Yeah, and how about Alex Cannell, also from Quebec? I mean, first time on the steel stage. He's into round number 2.
Yeah.
He's got to be tickled with that. And, of course, he lays down. He's only a second off of Scotty's time here. So
yeah,
I know he's got a great saw, but he did a good job running it. So 2 good guys here in that first heat. But, boys, this is stacked. This last few rounds are stacked with great single cutters.
Yeah, you're right. And we've got a big-time stacked heat coming up next. On stand 1, we've got Jeff Larkin. Stand 2, Stirling Hart. Two absolute technicians in this event, Rod.
Yeah, Stirling Hart, I remember back a few years ago at the national finals when we were in Wasaga Beach, Stirling Hart actually laid down a national record in the single saw. So we know he's good at it, but boy, Jeff Larkin, another guy always happy to get to the single buck because he is also a super single buck sawyer.
Yeah, I mean, they're cutting this western white pine right from Vancouver Island, supplied by former Steel Timber Sports competitor Nick Russell, Roger Briscoe. It's great wood. We've been cutting into the series for years, and 18-inch log. You could see a great time on this, 10, 11 seconds. You never know. It can be done.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Good, even, smooth pull strokes. Jeff Larkin's saw is loving this wood and dropping. Stirling a stroke or 2 behind. Jeff Larkin, he is motoring through this log, and he has a nice clean finish. Stirling, little hang at the bottom, not too far behind. 13 seconds and change for Jeff. Great cut for him.
Jeff Larkin, also a very quite technical at the single buck, did a great job there. He's just got a brand new saw there, and it cut that wood. It really loved that wood. I guess of all the saws we saw in practice, that one there was loving it the most.
Yeah, really dropping fast. It seemed to be the perfect saw for that log. Stirling, little hang at the bottom, cost him probably half a second.
And we've got 2 good cuts.
But he still got a good cut out of it. Nice job, gentlemen.
And again, this is western white pine, so it's a little bit grabbier than our eastern white pine.
Yes.
Our saws run a little bit smoother and freer in that eastern white pine. This stuff here, it's almost corky that it grabs the saws, but the guy's got to put a lot more effort in it. But they did a good job actually getting those off.
Yeah, you bet. Let's have a word from Jeff Larkin taking down that heat with Andrea Hand.
All right, I'm back here with Jeff Larkin. Jeff, just walking out there and setting personal best, going up against a competitor like Stirling Hart. What's your game plan when you're walking out there?
You go out and try to match that energy, match that aggression, and put down the best cut you can.
Well, you did just that, Jeff, and that was really great to watch. You made that look way too easy.
Thank you. Beautiful saw. What can I say?
Great stuff there, Jeff Larkin, 13.13 seconds unofficially. That may drop a bit, Rod. We may see him in the 12s. A great cut there. I mean, very smooth off the top, no hangs. The saw was hungry. He ran it smooth. I mean, he's a true technician in the single buck, and he does drop below that 13-second. 12.95 seconds officially for Jeff Larkin. Great run, man.
Yep. Again, that Canadian record, 10.47, I think.
Yeah.
So still a couple of seconds off that world. Actually, it's also a world record.
It's a world, yeah.
The world record pace.
Definitely the fastest in the nation, but it just happens to also be the fastest in the world. 10.5 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, and again, not having, for years we used to have another person assisting in the single buck. They actually used to wedge and spray at the same time. So that changes that a fair bit now. We've lost that assistant. So now it's a one man, one saw on the stage, and of course, we're seeing faster times all the time in this.
Yeah, you bet. We're ready to go in the next heat on the men's single buck. On stand number 1, Mitch Hewitt.
And on stand 2, Ben Cumberland.
Now, admittedly, not Mitch's premier event. That's the next one, the springboard chop. But Ben, the reigning national record holder, world record holder, 10.47 seconds, I believe. I mean, these are top tier competitors, but man.
Yeah, bad draw for Mitch, but
bad draw
in this
for
one.
Mitch.
But you know what? That'll push Mitch a little bit.
I think so too.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking for a decent cut out of Mitch, and he'll pace Ben, boys. That'll put some fire underneath him.
Ben coming off an absolutely remarkable cut in that standing block. That's a great momentum to build from.
Yes.
Having a great day, sitting in the first spot after round 1.
1/10 of a second off of the national record, so that's pretty darn good.
Yeah. His own record.
Just about set. Third heat.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And both saws are moving. You see two different techniques here. Mitch Hewitt with a little bit of an Aussie style. He's got a bit of an angle on his saw. Ben sawing fairly flat, but both guys through the middle of the block here now. That saw of Ben's is cutting fast. Is it enough? Little hang at the bottom as Mitch Hewitt gets into the smaller wood, and he's driving things home here. It's going to be coming off momentarily. Another little hang there at the bottom, but Mitch is down at 21-6.
Seeing a lot of these competitors having that hang right at the bottom of the log. It happened to Ben. It happened to Mitch. Boy, you think it's so easy. You just push and pull a saw back and forth. No big deal. But it is so challenging. There's so many technical components to the single buck, and you see it come out. But, man, still great sawing there from Ben, sub 13.
We've got two good cuts.
We're not seeing the world record there broke, but still a fantastic run. We'll see what that...
People in the stands are likely seeing all those little teeth, and they probably think they're just all teeth, but there's teeth and there's rakers. The teeth actually cut the wood, and then the rakers chisel it out behind. And what happens when they get stuck at the bottom, you're getting less and less wood. One of those rakers catches.
Yeah. All right, let's send it over to the winner of that heat, Ben Cumberland with Andrea Hand.
All right, back here with Ben Cumberland. Ben Cumberland also owns the world record in this discipline. Ben, you were never not smiling. You went up there and out there and came at that saw with all the heat. I know you didn't get your world record, but that cut looked good. How you feeling walking away from that one?
Overall, it felt pretty good. I just want that last 2.5 centimeters back from the bottom. Thought I could drive it off. This wood's cutting really well, and thanks to JP Mercier for the saw that we've got. It's cutting it really well too.
All right, you heard it from the best of the best. We always have room for improvement.
Yeah, great job there from Ben. You talked about driving it off. We see that with the chopping events often, really leaning into and taking that last bit of fiber. If you try to do that in the single buck and you estimate wrong, that's what happens. It stops dead on you. 12.41 seconds official time for Ben Cumberland. Great cutting from him. Not quite enough, a couple seconds off that world record, but still it shows these guys in this final heat. Marcel and Nate, now they know, okay, if I have a clean run, I could save a second off that just on that one little hang. And I could probably keep up with that. Well, maybe it's in striking distance here, so they're all watching those heats.
Yeah, no question at all. And again, watching a guy like Ben and you see that little ball, pretty much perfect up until then.
Yeah.
Again, that probably cost them 1/2 to 3/4 of a second, so they know if I make sure at the bottom I actually drive that off clean. So that's the difference in the wood. That West Coast pine hangs on just a little bit more, cause that little bit of a hang there.
Yeah.
Anyways, if they make a good cut, they can actually take this time down.
Yeah, you bet. And we're down to our final heat of the men's single buck here at the 2025 Canadian Men's Pro Championship. On stand number 1, Nate Cumberland.
And on stand number 2, Marcel Dupuis.
Two of the best sawyers, not just in Canada, but in the world. Excellent single sawyers. Monsters of men, huge gentlemen. And boy, they know how to run this event. If we see clean cuts, if we see a clean, smooth cut all the way through, we really could see something special here today, Rod.
Yep, no question. Both these guys perfectly capable of doing it. Marcel Dupuis, actually both guys have sawn for Team Canada before in the single saw.
Both have held the national record in the past.
Yep.
Yeah, two different styles. You usually see that long style from Nate, so spread out. A bit of a shorter, kind of a punchier style from Marcel, but both know how to get the job done in this single buck.
.41, the time to take down right now, held by Ben Cumberland.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, nice smooth pulls right off the bat. You're seeing it. Those shorter strokes from Marcel, but those long looping strokes from Nathan. These guys are motoring through, and Nate's to the bottom of this log, and a clean finish. Oh, and he breaks it off. Does he have to go back and finish? Oh. If there's cuttable wood, he has to go back. Unfortunately, a broken cookie. What a heartbreaker for Nathan, but a beautiful cut from Marcel. Oh, that's so unfortunate. You hate to see that. He had a great cut going. Bottom of the log, strikes again. Marcel Dupuis, though, nice smooth cut all the way to the bottom. He's going to get some good points out of that one. That wraps up our single buck. We'll have to wait for the call on these ones, but it looks like 2 good times.
We've got 2 good cuts.
Yeah, 2 good cuts, but boy, Nathan, he was motoring through that log, and just a bit of bad luck there. The saw bowed out, pushed that cookie away from the end of the log and snapped it off. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and the rule on that is you have to, if there's any cuttable wood at the bottom, it has to be cut. So unfortunately when that happens, the guy's got to somehow safely grab that thing and push that off.
Yeah, let's have a word with the winner of that heat, Marcel Dupuis, over with Andrea Hand.
All right, I'm here with Marcel. Marcel, slow is smooth and smooth is fast, and you just showed us how that worked. Give me your thoughts about that cut.
Yeah, for sure. I thought during the cut I was kind of struggling with the saw. I was trying to get some speed going and seemed like I couldn't get it, but I didn't hang up, don't make mistake, so I'm glad for the cut.
It looked great. Thanks so much, Marcel.
Thank you.
A great job there, Marcel. Again, smooth. He got the job done. Was it the fastest time? No, it wasn't. However, it was a fast enough time, 13.05 seconds officially, to get him in that top tier. We do have our results from the men's single buck.
So in first place, Ben Cumberland with that 12.41 seconds. Jeff Larkin picks up 14 points with a 12.95. Marcel Dupuis, 12 points with a 13.05. Sterling Hart sitting in fourth place in the single buck with 15.06. Fifth place, Scotty Reed with a 17.33. Alice Cannell sitting in sixth with 18.32. Mitch Hewitt, seventh place with a 21.38. And a big heartbreak for Nate Cumberland with that 2 points with a 22.3.
Yeah, very surprising finish. You would expect Nate to be really in that top 3, top 4 spot, possibly winning it. He had a great run going and a bit of bad luck there, bowed out. Now, again, with the double points system, he has an opportunity to earn some of those points back for sure in the springboard. However, there's a tough field ahead of him here. It's going to be very difficult. You know, you have to be earning those top 2 and 3 point positions each time. Yeah. All right, listen, folks, we're going to send it over to our Timber team, Team Rubicon, handing out a bit of swag here in London at the Western Fair. If you're here at the Western Fair today, come on down, check us out. We've got a few events left, but we are motoring through our Men's Pro Canadian Championship. Really tight race, top to bottom. But
yeah,
man,
so again, if people have just shown up, this is the Men's Canadian Pro Championships. We've had 3 events already, the underhand, the stock saw, and the standing block chop. We now have our top 8 point getters moving on to round number 2. You just saw the single buck, and coming right up is the springboard chop. So the competitors are gaining points in all these events towards an overall Canadian champion that will go to Milan, Italy this fall for the STIHL Timbersports World Championships. We also will pick our Canadian team out of this group of competitors, so the competitor that wins each individual discipline will represent Canada on the team's race at Milan as well. So lots of excitement here. They're all battling for not only points on Team Canada, but also for an overall national championship.
All right, after our 4th discipline, the first in round number 2, it is Ben Cumberland leading the way with 48 overall steel points. Marcel Dupuis earning up at that 2nd spot. He's sitting at 43 points in the 2nd spot. Mitchell Hewitt, 35 points for him, sitting at 3rd. Nathan Cumberland still in the race, 34 points overall for him in the 4th spot. Sterling Hart right behind with 33. Jeff Larkin, 31. Those are your top 6. And remember, The 6th spot is crucial. That is the bubble going on to see who makes it to round 3 in the hot saw. But currently, Scott Reed, he is sitting in the 7th spot, tied with Alex Cannell for 21 points. So it really comes down to the springboard chop now. It is crucial to see who can perform in that event and earn up to 16 steel points for the win.
That's right, and of course we have 2 previous world record holders with Mitch Hewitt and Sterling Hart. They're a little bit down right now in the points at 3rd and 5th place, but these guys very, very good in the springboard chop. We call Mitch the Missile Hewitt because he goes up that springboard chop in such lightning speed. So it's going to be exciting watching this next round, see how these guys perform. And again, some guys have got to make a little bit of a scramble here to get back up in the top of the leaderboard, and other guys just trying to do what they've always done really well to hold on to their positions.
The springboard chop, definitely the most technical and challenging event in timber sports. It is the most difficult. It takes the longest to learn. You have to be so comfortable with that axe, and that can take a decade or more just to be at a level where you can cut a springboard very well. You have to cut pockets clean. You have to be able to set boards clean, get up on them efficiently, get into that top of that second board and be comfortable. You can lean back on that board. I mean, it is just such a challenging event.
No question. It mimics when they used to use springboards back in the day when you'd have trees with large butt flares, and the loggers would actually chop a notch and get on a springboard to get up above that large butt flare to cut that tree down, cut about half of the amount of wood to get the same size log on the ground. So that's where this originates. You want to watch, and the pockets are critical in this event. You're going to see them put these little pockets on the side of the tree. They're going to chop a little notch, and they're going to put a springboard in there. And so basically a long 5 to 6 foot board. And if you look at the boards, you'll see that they have a metal clip on the end of them. And that piece of metal, it's got a tipped up or curled lip on the end of it. And when they drive that to the back of the pocket, their weight will actually pull that lip right up into the tree. And of course, you want a nice level board.
Oh, I've just been given word that Team Rubicon is actually handing out cookies. Anybody hungry in the crowd? Anybody want a cookie?
Yeah,
oh, no, I guess it's a different type of cookie, isn't it, Rod?
It is, but what a great keepsake.
Cookies.
Great keepsake of the Western Fair here in London, Ontario, to take home a STIHL Timbersports cookie, put that on your wall.
Yeah, hang on to those. You get maybe the athletes to sign those a little later on. Better hold on to those. Oh, we're getting close, Rod. This is my favorite event. I love watching the springboard. I think the crowd loves watching the springboard chop.
I love doing the springboard chop.
Yeah, me too. I like doing it when it goes well.
Yeah, same here.
Like when you get a good board, you know. Yeah, this is it. This is the culmination. I mean, again, top 6 competitors only moving on to the hot saw. These guys have to put it all on the line in this event. The springboard chop, man. Love to watch it, and we're here in London for the Men's Pro Canadian Championship. Ryan and Rod calling it here for you, and the springboard chop. Let's take a look at the springboard.
Springboard. Springboard simulates the traditional way of felling trees, climbing up over thick roots. First, notches known as pockets are chopped into the log. 2 springboards are then anchored into these pockets. The athlete then climbs up to chop through a 27-centimeter thick block of wood in the fastest time possible.
All right, the springboard chop. Ascend the pole and cut through an 11-inch log affixed to the top. No big deal. Hey, Rod, let's bring out our first heat in the springboard. On pole number 1, Scott Reed, and on pole 2, Alex Cannell.
So again, quite a technical event here, and it'll take a minute or 2 for the competitors to make sure everything's set the way they want it. 2 springboards must be set against the tree. And I want to make sure that they're exactly where they need to be, so when they reach down to grab that second one, it's within arm's reach. The blocks are all set at the top, 11 inches. Again, this is round cottonwood, which is kind of nice. You're going to want to get up as fast as they can to get into that cottonwood. And again, if they have a fast climb, You know, there may be a national record on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about the springboard and you talk about some of the talent that we have in this country, absolutely, it is a threat to see a record broken any day we see this event. These guys here, both big, strong, strapping lads, they're going to want to put in good, deep pockets, make sure they're comfortable up there. You need a good, deep pocket to hold you in there.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Both guys striking the wood on go. So again, they're putting a 45-degree angle down, then a flat swing. Then they're going to try to put a 30-degree angle. They want that into a nice point, and then they're going to drive that point of the springboard right to the back of the pocket. And remember, they want a nice flat board. Scotty Reed showing us how it's done here right now with a good first board. Alex Cannell, his is sagging just a whisker, but it's enough to hold him. He just has to make that second board. The one that matters is board number 2 because it's got to hold him for the whole time they're chopping through the block at the top. Scotty Reed takes a look, says that's good enough for me, puts his board in.
You bet.
And it looks like Scotty Reed making great work here in the springboard chop. He's up in 40 seconds, and it's a good, strong board for Scott Reed.
Great board. Look at these guys go, Ron. What a great start. Look at Scott Reed go.
Well, they haven't been to the second round before in STIHL Timbersports, and they're doing their best here, making all... Oh, very unfortunate for Scotty coming down. Not sure what happened. I can't see the back of the pole. That may have split
peeled
out.
out the back of that log a bit there, Rod. Don't think he's going to be able to have another go at it, unfortunately.
Alex Cannell going to take a little bit more time.
He's okay.
That's great. Scott Reed in good health. That's good. That's what we want to see as Alex gets. He's going to spend a little bit more time making sure that notch is as deep as he wants it. Because remember, it's got to hold him for the duration of the chop on top. He looks at that, says, yep, I think I like it.
Good deep pocket.
There, that looks like a nice strong board.
That's not going anywhere.
There it is. There's the kind of board you want by Alex Cannell from Quebec. And now he's going to get into these beautiful 11-inch blocks of cottonwood on the top. And again, they'll chop most of the way through the front of this log. This is one event where you have to be ambidextrous, be able to swing the opposite way. So they're going to chop most of the way through the block on the front, make a turn, and then finish the block off from the back side. A lot of different techniques to getting that block off on the back. Some guys will chop left-handed if they can. Other guys will actually just slice it off from the back. So nice looking wood here as Alex gets into the small wood on this block. He's chopping in, and of course the small wood, that's when the little chips are coming out. He's going to want to get as far through as he can.
Right at the back of that board, boy, you gotta like that.
Yeah, good. That's very, very good for it. And
That's
so
2
we've
minutes.
reached the, unfortunately, the time limit for the springboard chop.
2 minutes, 30 seconds is all they have to complete that task, and that's not an easy thing to do. Hey, good to see Scott Reed walking around there. He's doing okay, but it's a tough fall. Alex, unfortunately, had a great board up top, but it took him a bit too long to get it in there and get it set. We'll get the official call, unfortunately, for both these guys.
On this stand, we have a DQ for exceeded time limit. On this stand, we have a DQ for incomplete.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's probably going to be the end of the day for both these guys, but nothing to be ashamed of. Making it to the STIHL Timbersports Series is one, qualifying through. Making it through round 2 is an enormous feat. So just the fact that they're here and they're cutting springboards or cutting single bucks, that's a major accomplishment. They should definitely not be hanging their heads. And good to see Scott Reed walking off the stage. That's a tough spill, but he's up, he's feeling good, and he's ready to talk with Andrea Hand.
All right, I'm back here with Scott Reed. Scott, I'm glad that we're standing here talking face to face and that you're still smiling. And I'll tell you, man, you missed your calling as a stunt double. That was the most graceful descent that I've seen. The back of that pole slabbed out. You had such a beautiful board. Walk me through those moments.
Oh, another hot mess. Woo! No, I had a good deep pocket. Sometimes the poles can be a little bit soft. I was very comfortable with my board, and it just happens. It's not my first time falling out of the tree. I'm also a big guy. It's a lot of weight sitting on those poles, so sadly I'm not Stirling Hart.
We all can't be Stirling Hart. Well, you're here, you're smiling, and I love it, buddy. Glad that you're all right.
Yeah, big hand there for Scott Reed. Gets up, dusts himself off, and he can go back and maybe have a cool refreshment there to celebrate his day. I don't think we're going to be seeing him moving on after that one. Unfortunately, won't get to run his hot sauce. We will see him running tomorrow in the hot sauce showdown. But man, again, just making it through to this stage is an enormous accomplishment. Big. Our hats go off to both those guys, and thank goodness that Scott's doing all right. I can see the side of that pole. You can see it from here, and I've had that happen before, where sometimes you're not quite deep enough into that pole, and the flex, you could see it up there with Alex's board, the flex, and you talk about it often, the tree surfing and the springing of the board and the movement of the pole. Like, it's incredibly difficult, and there's a lot going on there.
That's right, and I think if you talk to Mitch Hewitt, if you have a nice pole like this here, and sometimes, like we said, these springboard poles are beautiful poles, and sometimes they're almost too nice.
Yeah.
And it's nice, clean wood, and splitting a log is a lot easier than chopping a log. And sometimes when you see that it's soft like that, you want to go to the outside of the tree. So if Scott's board is right in straight on the tree, it can actually pull that off. But if he goes to the outside of the tree, the pushing is up. It can't split as easily. So
yeah.
And actually, it'll be good to watch a guy like Mitch Hewitt in this because, again, a seasoned veteran, 15-time champion, jiggerboard champion at the Sydney Royal. He's going to show us how to send these poles in lightning speed. But I tell you, I think if we talk to both those competitors that just got finished in the springboard shop, they would say, I am happy that I had the opportunity
100%.
to actually do springboard.
Yeah, 100 times out of 100. I mean, that's what it's about. It's about creating the opportunities for yourself. And they've earned their spot here on the stage through the qualifiers. They've earned their spot to make it through round one. And, you might not be moving to round three, but my goodness, what a day for both those gentlemen. And we're not over yet. We got 3 more heats of the springboard chop coming your way. Some world-class springboard cutters, and one of them is in our next heat, who up until recently had the world record in this event.
Yeah,
Sterling Hart, he had the 35-second and change world record. Walt Page took that not too long ago at the U.S. Championships. But, these are top-tier, really world-class axemen.
Yeah, Sterling Hart set that over at the World Championships, actually, and it was pretty exciting to watch that.
10 years ago, 2016, I think it was.
Hard to believe it's 10 years, but man, he went up that pole like a cat on fire.
Yep.
And once he got up there, it was nice wood. He knew it. His pace went through the roof. And, of course, all of a sudden we have a Canadian sitting on top of a world record that I'm pretty sure Mitch Hewitt held at one time. So.
Yeah, I think Sterling took it from Mitch, and I'm certain that Mitch knows that, and he's been chasing him down ever since.
Yeah, actually,
a little friendly
we can talk
rivalry
about that too, because last year Mitch knew there was that nice cottonwood at the top.
He went for it. Yeah,
and he went for it last year and had a little bit of trouble with that top board.
Yeah,
so it's going to be interesting to see his approach this year because he's in the hunt to make the tops. Actually, he's there now.
Yeah.
But he needs now. It's all about points. We should explain to the crowd here. So they're getting double points here now, but in the hot saw they get triple points. So really, you want to put yourself in as good of a position with points as you can after round number 2.
Yep.
So that your hot saw, you may not need to win it, but if you have good points and get good points in that, you can actually might be able to squeak in and take that Canadian championship.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a good hot sawyer and you know that, you've got to get somewhere near the top in points to get to that round, and then you're in contention for a championship. It really is. The triple round knockout format with the triple points in hot saw really is, it becomes a hot saw competition late in the game. So you really need to make sure your strategy and your ability to get through to that final round in contention, but close enough to the top, within, I'd say, 9 to 10 points is really where you need to be sitting in order to secure a potential for a championship.
Right. And we know that some of these guys have great hot saws. A guy like Sterling Hart, he's a good hot saw operator. A little bit down in the points right now, but again, a great springboard cutter. So we're going to be seeing him going for it here. I think Sterling will actually put it all on the line here in this event, try to gain as many points as he can, because again, he's up against some big saws with Marcel Dupuis and a few others here in the hot saw.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Jeff Larkin. If he's to make it through, he's looking pretty good right now. That's a guy that's running a big 380cc hot saw, and he's been training it. He's been training it a lot, and he's been running it very well. I know that's one that he sees it as an opportunity to earn points on some of these guys that are maybe beating him in some events. if he can take them down and earn those points in the hot saw, I mean, that's an opportunity for a championship for that guy. It looks like we are getting awfully close. I can't wait for this next heat. I'm going to tell you right now. I know Jeff's been putting the time into the springboard. He's got a tough test ahead of him with Stirling. But again, we say it over and over, it really is a test against yourself. You're racing against yourself. You're not racing against the other guy necessarily, but you know he's up there.
Of all the guys to be going up against Stirling Hart, I think Jeff Larkin has drawn the best matchup because Jeff doesn't worry about that. One thing that Jeff's been doing very well, he's just worries about himself, what's ahead of him, what he has to do in the springboard chop. So even though he knows he's going against one of the missiles here, it's not Mitch, but this guy is similar. But he's just going to put his chop in and get as many points as he can in the springboard.
Yeah, and let's see at our next heat of the springboard chop. Welcome him up once again on pole number 1, Jeff Larkin.
And on pole number 2, Stirling Hart.
Absolutely terrific axeman. Jeff continues to get better and better each year. Stirling, a 2-time national champion in the STIHL Timbersports Series. Also won the World Championship in the trophy event. He's represented Canada multiple times. I mean, this is the pedigree of STIHL Timbersports right here, these next few heats. But man, I'm looking forward to this race. We've seen the wood all day. We've seen it in the standing block. We've seen it in the underhand. The cottonwood is beautiful. These guys know this.
Stirling knows.
Oh, yes. He's well aware of the log he has up top. So it all comes to the climb. A perfect climb typically would be around a 4-hit bottom pocket, 4 to 6 hits up top. They sometimes put those extra hits to make sure it's nice and solid. But you see a 4 and 4, you know they're racing.
Well, Stirling's built for this event. Nice light frame, so can't wait to see him go.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, both guys on go. Stirling putting a great pace on there. He's already racing, and he set his first board in 5 seconds, up and into his second pocket, but he has it peeled out. Jeff Larkin setting his board. Took a few more swings to make sure it would work. Stirling tested again. Doesn't work. Doing a bit of racing. But Jeff's up before Stirling and into his second pocket. He's already 2 strokes ahead of Stirling. Stirling's laying it in there. He's trying to put a quick 4 so that he can get off that board. He's putting 5, throws in an extra 1, and he's jumping up to the top. And he's held himself. Great upper body strength. He's showing the crowd how it's done, and now he's into that log. Jeff, and he's having a tough go of it. What is going on there? He's having a bit of fun. Stirling Hart. Jeff Larkin testing that pocket. Stirling trying to decide what he's going to do. He's going to say, maybe I can hop from one to the others, do a little leapfrog action. Jeff's staying with it, and I think that's what we talked about as well, Rod, being able to block out what else is happening on the stage. Chop your own race and chase down that log. At this point, it's about those points. And Jeff has got a good-looking board up top. He's got lots of time. He's only 1:10 in, and he can lean into it. And now if that board's going to hold him, then he can get into this log. He's pretty tight to the pole. I'm not sure that he's comfortable on it. Stirling's getting back into this. He's going to try and bore that hole in there, set his axe, and get up on that top board. It's a nice deep pocket. It doesn't want to hold. Jeff is well into this thing. And we may see an upset of Jeff Larkin taking down Stirling Hart. What's going to happen?
Well, there's lots of things going through Stirling's
really
head right
it.
now. He's had a lot of trouble. Wow.
He's watching and coaching at this point. We've gone into coach mode. Jeff Larkin staying with it. Cheer him on, folks. He's leaning into this thing. He wants it. Jeff has been putting in the time. He's got 30 seconds to wrap this thing up. Is he going to be turning around to the back? Yeah, he's around to it. He could be the first one to finish the springboard here today. Jeff Larkin finishing off this springboard chop with 1 or 2 more swings. Big hand. Jeff Larkin, get it done, buddy. There we go. All right. Unbelievable. What an upset. Can you believe that? Never would have guessed, but here we are. Jeff Larkin taking down the first heat, the second heat, but the first good time of the first 4 cutters. Only Jeff Larkin gets a time. That guarantees him A top 5 finish in this event, Rod, which means big points in this round and a huge opportunity going into the hot saw.
On stand 1, we have a good cut. On stand 2, we have a DQ, did not complete.
Unbelievable. I never, ever would have guessed that. Now, that is going to shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, that's, again, I don't know where to go with that. Sterling Hart is one of the best springboard cutters in Canada. And that pole, that the pole won't hold him, I'm wondering what's going on. Like, you'll never see Sterling Hart stop chopping, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
So something sideways that Stirling said, okay, his mind's going 100 miles an hour because he's saying, okay, now I got to somehow figure this out. And usually Sterling Hart can do that. He can go in there and figure it out and do it. But it didn't happen.
That's an odd one. We'll have to break that down a little more. But first, let's hear from the winner of that heat, Jeff Larkin, taking down Sterling Hart. He's with Andrea.
Thanks so much, Ryan. I'm back here with Jeff Larkin, winner of that heat. Jeff, there was a lot going on in that heat, and I know that there was no way that you could tune that out. So you had to run your own race with a lot of background noise. Tell me a bit about how that plays out in your head.
Well, just after watching the first heat with the slab out and the other slab out, just off poles, I'm a big man, and I just was going to go, and then I went back, and I just said points. Right now, it's all about just getting some good points, and that was the goal for today.
All right. Was that another one of those mind spaces where you were at home with the cows?
Absolutely. The pole's right beside them, so I can just kind of hear the moon a little bit.
Awesome. It looked great, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, Jeff Larkin. And he did it right, Rod. He was thinking through that. You could tell. He said, listen, I'm a big guy. I'm going to bore this in. I'm going to make sure that this pocket holds. He was up top, and to be extra safe, I really think that he hugged that tree for that reason. He didn't get so far back on the board that he was putting up all that pressure and peeling that out, and it was a smart move. It got him through the cut.
Yeah, again, looking at what's going on here, I'd say that these are too beautiful. The poles are really
nice.
nice.
Make nice chopping wood.
Yeah, they would have been beautiful to chop, but they're so soft that we've got to, they're having a hard time holding the competitors up. So now, you look at our next 4 competitors, we've got the missile in here, who's actually, he's looking at this. Mitch is thinking he's already got this chop down in his head. Yeah. We've got 3 other big men coming up. They're big dudes.
Yeah.
So again, strategy-wise, you've got some guys that have some do-not finishes, so you're going to want to stay back, get as far into that log as you can to prevent that board from doing what we've seen happen here for 3 guys.
Yeah, I mean, three of the 4 guys coming up are 250 plus. These are huge men, and as we talked about, it's really tough. But before we get into those next heats, I want to hear from Sterling Hart. He's with Andrea, and talk about what happened in that last heat.
Thanks, Ryan. Back here with Sterling Hart. Sterling, I lost my breath there for a minute watching you. I've watched you cut many springboards, and I know you're a technician in this sport. Can you give us some insight on what went on up there?
I honestly have no idea. I cut like 6 or 7 what I thought were pretty good pockets, and none of them seemed to really bite. They kept sliding out on me. I honestly don't know. I tried everything I could to get a board to go in there, and no, I put a little bit of paint on my springboard, so maybe that caused a little bit of slickness, but just the way she goes sometimes.
It is. Thanks for the insight on that, Sterling.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man, that is definitely an odd one. We never would have ever predicted that. And I mean, if he can't figure out what's going on, like one thing I thought about was maybe the shoe wasn't sharp and it wasn't grabbing. I'm not sure. I mean, it would surprise me though that his equipment wouldn't be ready to go there, obviously.
Yeah, and I can't remember what kind of shoe he has. I know Scotty Reed's making some beautiful shoes now. The guys love them. A lot of other shoes are casted.
The springboard shoe, we should say, not the shoes on his feet.
The shoe that's on the end of the board that they're standing on. So a lot of those have come. They've been molded down under. Of course, they come from Australia, New Zealand. Tuataya makes those, and of course, Scotty Reed started making them. And Scott's making some really good. Yeah. Actually, some of our competitors here actually prefer Scotty's over the ones from down under. So I'm not sure.
He makes them, then Mitch will finish them. It's almost like an axe finisher type of thing.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So I know Jeff Larkin has a Scott Reed shoe. So that went in and actually held him quite well. I don't know whether Stirling has one of the cast ones or one of Scotty's, so I'm not sure whether that's part of this or not.
I mean, it's just hard to say. I'm sure he'll go back to the drawing board and figure it out, but just a very bizarre series of events there. I've never seen anything like that. And I mean, he knows what he can do. He knows. He said, I think I cut 6 or 7 different pockets in there. He moved around the pole. He tried to find better wood, and
you got to feel for Stirling. Something else we probably should tell the audience. The other thing you can't do as a springboard cutter, you can't chop into the someone else's board hole. So there was one there already made in the previous heat. Stirling's on that same pole, so he can only go so far around the tree before he's into that other pocket.
Yeah.
For 2 reasons. Number one, it's a competitive advantage, but number 2, the wood's going to be a lot weaker. The board won't hold.
Yeah.
So hats off to Stirling for trying his best to try to get up that pole, but man, I never would have predicted that.
No.
Previous world record holder in the springboard chop, not with the time at the Canadian finals,
Weird.
Unheard of.
So weird. Now, one thing we've got to note is going into these next 2 heats, we have replaced the poles. We're into new trees, new timber. Does that change what happens? Clearly the same species. It's all trembling aspen. It's all from here in Ontario. It's locally sourced. But no 2 trees are the same. No 2 pieces of timber are the same. It's like a wood draw. The logs are slightly different. Try to make them as even as possible, but never perfect. No 2 pieces of wood. But what about these poles?
Well, we saw that in the last one, right? Scotty Reed split out, and then Jeff Larkin was on the same pole, and his held.
Yeah.
And then Alex's pole, it held for him to get up. He just didn't get it off in time. And then Stirling's, it split out a lot. So it's I don't know
50-50.
what's going on, but boys,
we're at
it's going to make these next 2 heats.
slabbing right now per pole. So, man, geez, that throws me right off. I don't know what to say about that. However, I will say, going into that, even with the slab, Stirling is basically guaranteed still to move on to the hot stove. So, and he knows that. He knows how these points work. So it's a good position to be in. And unfortunately, he's kind of roll in there and probably low enough in points that he won't be in striking distance. But we never know. We'll have to see how things shake out after these next few heats. But it also gives you the nothing to lose type of mentality. And that's kind of where the magic can happen in hot saw. So I'm kind of interested to see what happens in the next, especially after the reason that happened. He could be pretty fired up.
I think it's dangerous. You got a guy like Stirling Hart with a big saw, and he's very capable of running it well. And if it's no holds barred, look out for going.
Yeah, you bet. All right, it looks like we're ready to go in heat number 3 of the springboard chop. On pole number 1, the missile, Mitchell Hewitt.
And pole number 2, Marcel Dupuis.
Mitch Hewitt, this is his event. It could almost be called the Mitchell Hewitt, not the springboard, but out of respect, we continue to call it the springboard. 15 times the world title winner at the Royal Sydney Easter Show in the 3 board. They go up 3 high, descend, and go 3 high the other side. Today it's just 2 high, and they just stay and chop it all from that one top board, but he knows how to get it done. And Marcel is no slouch in this event either. I've seen him cut it in sub 50 seconds, beautiful cuts, and the wood's there today. If the poles hold and they don't let those previous heats mess with them and they just go and chop their race, I still think it's in striking distance, Rod.
No question. It'll be very interesting to see what they do here. Of course, Marcel, one of our bigger competitors, he's going to put a solid notch in. The guy I want to watch is Mitchell to see how a seasoned veteran like him handles these poles.
Well, if anybody can read a pole, it's definitely going to be Mitch Hewitt.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Both guys off, swinging at these poplar logs, making their notches. Mitch Hewitt goes back for one more swing. Marcel taking his time, making sure that pocket's nice and deep. Mitch Hewitt up already. He's working on board hole number 2. Marcel's up as well, so 2 good boards here on these poles. Both guys working on pole number... Oh, and the missile's already up into the top block of this, and he loves this cottonwood, making quick work of it. Wow, Mitch Hewitt, 30-second time right now, and he's putting it to it. Let's get behind this guy. Marcel Dupuis, also a good board. Great race here. Marcel Dupuis hitting that block hard as Mitch Hewitt gets ready to drive this thing off. Marcel's board nice and strong, and there it is. That's what a 15-time world champion can do. Marcel Dupuis also a great time here in the springboard.
Nice job. What a great cut there. Marcel stays with it all the way through. Mitch Hewitt, he was getting a bit hungry up top there. Tried to take it a few hits early. He made a veteran call there on that first pocket there. Threw in that 5th hit. Made sure that it would hold. It was a great call. 5 and 4 climb. Beautiful cut up top. 45 seconds. That's going to be a tough time to beat here. And Marcel not too far behind him. No slouch, as we said. Great cut.
We've got 2 good cuts.
Yeah, 2 great cuts. Both those gentlemen. That's what they needed. As we said, they were able to block out those heats before them. And that's not an easy thing to do, but that's 2 veterans with multiple, eight Canadian championships between the 2 of them. They know how to get it done. They know how to set their minds straight for a heat in the springboard. And a great run there by Mitch Hewitt and Marcel Dupuis. Let's send it over to Andrea Hand with the winner of that heat, Mitch Hewitt.
All right, I'm backstage with Mitch Hewitt. He's a 5-time national champion, 14 times Sydney Royal-Easter Show 3-board jigger champion, and he just put on a show of how you cut a springboard here. Mitch, how'd you feel about that cut?
It was okay, I guess. Nothing flash, but yeah.
Are we going to see anything flash from you in hot saw?
Absolutely.
All right, looking forward to it, Mitch.
Well. Once again, we have to cut off Mitch. He just, that guy likes to ramble. He really can go. Great job there by Mitch, showing us how it's done in the springboard. 44.71 seconds, the new time to beat. It's going to be very difficult to take that down. I know both Ben and Nathan, our final heat coming up, both excellent axemen. Not taking anything away from those guys, but that will be a very, very difficult time to beat.
Yeah, and the main reason is because they're big guys, right?
Yeah.
They're big guys. They've seen 3 guys with a DNF beside their names here now. So knowing that and knowing what the polls have done, they're going to go deep. They're going to go deep in their pockets. And again, Mitch Hewitt, typically a 4-hit pocket.
Yeah.
We saw him throw another one in. I mean, he's a light guy, and he put a 5th swing into that. Got up in the second, and actually he did I couldn't count. He was going so fast how many swings he put on the second board. It looked like 4.
Yeah, I think he went 5 and 4 on the climb, and it looked pretty clean. But it was a veteran move there. You saw him to throw that extra hit, and he almost set and came back. It wasn't like he just threw the 5th one in. He set. He saw something that we didn't see, and those eyes. He was able to just lock that in and say, "Nope, I need one more." And it was so clean. It was so smooth and really impressive. Mitch Hewitt. I mean, is a pleasure to watch in the springboard because there's so much going on and it happens so quickly.
No question.
One thing I'll tell you, going for Ben and Nathan, seeing Marcel have that great climb with strong boards and cut a nice log up top should give them confidence to know. And Jeff Larkin, too. He was up there, no problem. So even though we saw Stirling and we saw Scott have the pole peel out on them, knowing that Marcel can stand up there and he's a bigger guy, that's going to help them to have the confidence, I think, to get through this and hopefully do it in pretty good time.
No question. And again, they saw these poles. They look a little, at least Marcel and Mitch made them look firm. So hopefully that's going to be to their advantage. Yeah. Ben, also another guy that usually throws 4 swings in for a pocket. Yep. So Ben's springboard come a long ways. Like really, both these guys.
Well, he cut a great time last year in Kelowna. Yes. I think he was sub 60 seconds. He might have been hovering around that high 40. I mean, he's cutting great springboards now.
Ben had a 44-second springboard at Bath just less than a week ago.
Oh, geez, there you go. 44, no doubt.
Right. So they're very capable of putting in a good time here. And again, they know they need some points here. So, but I still think they're going to make sure that they're going to go a little bit deeper in those pockets. Make sure they're going to hold, and then they'll be up and racing once they get to that second board.
Yeah, I mean, it is the advantage of going in a later heat. You're seeing things that are happening that, you get to learn from other people's mistakes or benefits. If you're seeing everybody in front of you cutting fast times in an underhand, well, you're going to take a different approach in the last heat. If you're seeing weird things happen with the springboard pull, you're going to make an adjustment in the last heat. It's all strategy, and it's a benefit of being great in earlier disciplines, earning points. That's another benefit. You're in the leaderboard, or you're the top of the leaderboard. That's the advantage you get.
Right. But that's what you've earned. If you
100%.
If you do that well, that's right. You get the advantage of sitting back and watching what's going on, and actually be able to adjust. Yeah, that's a good point, Ryan. I agree with you 100%.
I mean, you look at this right now, and a guy like Jeff Larkin, because it's double points in this round, a guy like Jeff Larkin who had a great single saw, and now one of the few guys, one of the 3 guys that has a time in the springboard. I mean, he's sitting in good points, and that's going to elevate him. It's going to springboard him into the hot saw. And really, I mean, he's got one of the biggest, strongest saws here. I'm telling you, I think this is shaking things up for the hot saw. I can't wait for round 3, but we still have one big heat left in round number 2. I mean, man, oh man, what a day it's been here today in London, Ontario, Western Fair, Canadian Pro Men's Championship. Man,
that was a pretty punny segue into your springboard.
You like that? I like that, do you? All right, well, listen, we're ready to go. It's our final heat of the springboard chop here at the Men's Pro Championship. On pole number 1, please welcome Nathan Cumberland.
And on pole number 2, Ben the Captain Cumberland.
Rod, these guys obviously they want to come out and win. They want each other to do well, but I think at the same time they'd like themselves to do well in the same heat.
All bets are off right now, buddy.
All bets are off. I love it. Yeah, we saw them earlier go head-to-head in a couple of chops. I mean, this is it. It really all comes down to this. Both sitting in great position. We know we're going to see them in the hot saw, but where they sit going into that, it all comes down to this heat right here in a springboard chop. Here we go. Final heat, springboard chop right here in London. Nathan and Ben head to head.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, both guys hitting on go. Ben's putting a great pace, 4 hit pocket sets. Nathan putting a few extra hits in, smart call on his. Ben's into pocket number 2. Nathan's setting his first board. Ben is already setting his second board and up and into the log on a good board, and he is into that log in 21 seconds. Nathan setting his second pocket. He's digging into this thing, but Ben is really leaning in, and he's got a great log up top and a great board. Folks, cheer him on. He's 30 seconds and motoring. Chips are flying out of this cottonwood. He is leaning into this thing. Nathan putting the finishing touches on his second pocket. Going to set that board any second. But Ben Cumberland is already into the back of his log. Under 50 seconds driving this log. He's going to take that off in 1 or 2 more swings. Nathan's up there now, but Ben is finishing it off with his final stroke there right at about 1 minute. Great job, Ben Cumberland. Nathan's into that, and he's got a good board up top. A big guy, but he's got a beautiful board. It's holding well, Rod. I think he's going to be comfortable on that thing. He's way at the back of the board, leaning into this. Big, strong guy. He can make up time up top. There's no question. And remember, he just needs the time to earn those points. With so many disqualifications in this event, finishing is crucial, and he's going to get there for sure. Nathan, he's already turning around to the backside. You see he made short work of the front, and he's looking to finish this thing off. Nathan Cumberland doing a great job finishing this off. There it is. Minute 44, sends the axe down. He wanted to save himself a trip. You know, it's unsafe to climb down with those axes, so he said, I'll just send it down first. I'll pick it up after I get done. He's having some fun. These guys are having a great job. Great time here in London.
I think they're just happy to get up there, you know, seeing the...
Yeah, no question.
The couple of train wrecks we have in the springboard chop, I'm sure they're just happy to have a time in this.
Yeah, you bet there, Rod. Great job, both those gentlemen. Ben Cumberland squeaking into that third spot. I don't think he's going to have enough in the adjustment to drop down below Marcel, but great job by Ben and Nathan.
We've got
are going to
two good
shake
cuts.
things up. 2 good cuts there. They got it done. Ben Cumberland taking down that heat. Right around that minute mark. That'll probably drop down to the 59, 58 second range, I would say, with adjustment in the official time. Nathan, $1:44. A little faster than Jeff Larkin, but good enough for 4th. Good points all around. And as we said, it's all about points going into round number 3. And we've got Ben Cumberland, winner of that heat, with Andrea Hand.
I'm back here with the winner of that heat, Ben Cumberland. Ben, that wasn't the fastest time you've set, but the smile on your face says it all. That secures you in first place headed into Hot Saw. What do we expect to see from you headed into the last round for triple the points?
I'm just going to grip it and rip it and try and put 3 cookies on the deck.
That sounds like a winning game plan, Ben.
Yeah, man, oh man. That shook things up a bit there after the springboard chop. Just an absolute mix-up of points. I mean, you know, when I go back and think all the way through that what we just saw there, I have to go back to the Stirling Hart fiasco. I've never seen anything quite like that. It was so bizarre, Rod. I mean, I'd love to walk through that whole thing again. I'd love to sit down with Stirling, really, and talk through it. I mean, you know, I know Andrea had a chance to chat with him, but boy, what an interesting one. But before we do that, let's have a look at our results from the springboard chop. No surprise there, Rod. Our top time at 44.71 seconds, 16 points. Mitchell, the Missile Hewitt. Marcel Dupuis taking 14 points in that event. In the second spot, Ben Cumberland, the third spot, 12 points for him. Nathan Cumberland right behind, 10 points for him. And Jeff Larkin, 8. The rest of the guys, Alex Scott and Stirling, no points after DQs in that, which means after round number 2 and after our 5th discipline, it is our leader, Ben Cumberland, 60 overall STIHL points. Marcel Dupuis right behind him, and that is scary, with 57 points in the second spot. Mitchell Hewitt, 51 points for him. He's in third. Nathan Cumberland not far behind, 44 points for him. Jeff Larkin, 39 points in the 5th spot, and that means that Stirling Hart with 33 points is moving on. Unfortunately, we're eliminating Scott Reed and Alex Cannell after the springboard chop.
So again, that close race there, that really mixed things up. So now all of a sudden we've got guys sitting. Anyway, we'll have to talk about strategy here in a bit, but talk about making things close for our last and final heat, the hot saw.
Yeah, we're going to hear things. They're going to get real loud and real fast when we have our craziest event in the STIHL Timbersports series. That is the hot saw. And we've got these custom-built chainsaws made out of dirt bikes and skidoos and whatever you can come up with that run at just absurd speeds, horsepower through the roof, chain speed through the roof. I mean, they're just absolutely monsters of machines. As much as, you know, you're seeing guys in the States now with 400 plus cc motors. Our biggest one here today should be around 380. That's Jeff Larkin. So we'll see that soon.
Yeah, that's and actually, Ryan, what I do for my day job, I'm actually a chainsaw safety instructor, and I always tell people, you know, I've taught safety for years and years, and in this event, there's absolutely nothing safe about these hot saws. It's all about fast. It's all about speed and sound. And if you like NASCAR, if you like speed and muscle, like this is the event to watch in the hot saw. I mean, again, I say there's nothing safe about the saws, but there's everything safe about how we run these on stage.
Well,
the guys
that's right.
are fully decked out in safety gear. We've got panels up, so I mean, you know, it's safe to run. But the saws themselves, man, it's no holds barred. The bigger, the better, and as long as they have one cylinder, and we've got some mighty saws here. Everything from, I think we have a 125 cc right up to 380 cc's of power in these saws. And of course, quite a technical event. They get 6 inches of wood. They have to make 3 cuts, unlike the stock saw. They now have an extra cut to make. And again, the saw's not running like it is in the stock saw. The saws are cold start. So on the word go, they have to start their saw. There's lots of things they play with before this event starts. They've got to make sure their fuel's on, their oil's on, their decompression buttons, and some of them have 2 to 3 decompression buttons.
Yeah.
So lots of stuff The hot saw, they say you either love it or hate it, but lots of things can go sideways in this event, but it's some exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those events, and people are so into it that we've, in fact, Canada, we invented another event as part of our championship. It's the Hot Saw Showdown. But listen, while we're getting ready for the Hot Saw, we're going to give you a sneak peek of our brand new television series. It's a behind-the-scenes series that you can check out on TSN Plus, Beyond the Cut.
That's what that is. And Jeff's been doing it forever, and that's why he's now really coming into his own, coming into his prime.
It's the tree roll on top of this top.
So if you're not holding it down as you push in, the nose is going to drop.
And then I get into the last couple of years. It's like, man, like I had a good saw. Like I want to beat these boys now. Like I don't want to just be here. I want to have a good showing and have that opportunity to run the hot saw at the end. And let's chase them. Let's push them. And now it's like, man, I really want it. Like I'm not just there to go to Kelowna. I'm not just there to go to Chilliwack. I really want to go and win.
What are you thinking right now?
What's that?
In a competition setting, what are you thinking right now?
I'm thinking, why the hell won't this bloody thing start? I got to figure out if it's spark or fuel, and then figure it out in a hurry. So I'd like to hear a little bit of a kick here at some point. I don't know if you can see these lines on the side, but you can start to see fuel moving through them and through here. Sometimes it's been a while too, the fuel's just not moving there. There we go, she started. So yeah, in that case it was fuel, just wasn't getting fuel.
Huh?
It's a hard pumping though, that's for sure. I would think if you had a really mad cat in your hand, and it's just clawing and scratching, like you're trying to hold on, that's just wanting to get away from you.
How are you controlling that and not make it talk that in?
It's practice. Like you look at the Marcel Dupuis of the world, like every time it's just boom, boom. He knows where he's going. Because the first few times it's jumping, it's shaking, it's moving, it's 380 cc's in your hands that you got to control in 6 inches, right? So, yeah.
180 cc's in comparison. Give me a scale.
So the 6.6 ones we use would be 90 to 100 cc's, I believe, right around that range. So that's your scale. How much? 93? Yeah, 93 cc's is what a 6.6 one is. So, yeah. Yeah, and your homeowner version is 50 to 60 cc's. So, yeah.
What's this one?
380 cc's. It's a lot different, yeah.
Biggest obstacles, I mean, it's training, it's technique. And I'm pushing the envelope. I'm starting to get closer to Marcel on the underhand. I'm starting to push the envelope on the single buck and get closer to the Cumberlands, right? Like, my strong events are strong, and I'm going to continue to push them. And then my weaker events, the springboard, the hot saw, I need to get times. I need to get better. I need to get comfortable. And the only way to get comfortable is to train. And so just put some time in and do it properly too. So to have a set of eyes, whether it's Marie, whether it's Marcel, whether it's the Cumberlands, whether I send a video to Stirling, just that extra set of eyes to say, man, you're doing this a little wrong, or you could do this a little better.
Just getting the finishing touches here, folks. These guys are warming up their saws to make sure that they're ready to go for the final event of the Men's Pro Championship here in London at the Western Fair. We want to thank you all for joining us. Fantastic crowd here today, Rod. We got amazing group. Man, what a day we've had so far. And we're still just warming up. Had the women's championship yesterday. New Canadian champion Andrea Hand setting a world record in the underhand. We've had the men's pro championship all day today. One discipline left in that. It's anybody's game here. We don't know who's going to take that. And then we got the Hot Sauce Showdown tomorrow at 1 o'clock right here again.
Yeah, talk about tight races, though. Yesterday's women's championship, probably one of the closest and best we've seen in a while. Phenomenal. Just watching the level of competence of the ladies increase over the last few years. And then look at today. Our men. We knew that there was 5 previous champions here. We knew it was going to be tight, but boys, what a race we have here now. They're all really tight. So
yeah, you bet.
Yep.
That's great to see. I mean, the series is in good shape. We talked about it with the women's series yesterday, and it's the same for the men. You've just got these deep. It's getting a deeper and deeper field, more and more contenders, and that's what makes the competition even better. Stirling said it yesterday, iron sharpens iron, and I think that's so true. The better the competitors that you surround yourself with, the better you become. It pushes you to be your best, and we're just seeing the best of the best here in London. We see our first hot saw on stage. That looks like Sterling Hart's hot saw. He will be our first competitor in this event. Let's take a look at our final discipline, the hot saw.
Hot saw. For the hot saw, power saws are called into action, and the athletes have a space of 15 centimeters to cut 3 complete discs off a 46 centimeter thick wooden block. Jumping the start or cutting over the line will result in a disqualification.
All right, looking like we're ready to go with our first heat of the hot saw. Our final discipline of the Men's Pro Championship. Please welcome to the stage, Sterling Hart. These guys will run solo in this event. They'll have 60 seconds to warm up their saws. They'll shut it down, and then on go, they'll have to start the saw, pick it up, make 3 complete cuts. 1 down, 1 up, and 1 back down. They have 6 inches of wood to do so, measured from the end of the log in. It is incredibly difficult. These saws are so powerful, Rod. They push and pull you and move you all around. You see, they even wear spiked cleats.
That's right, and Sterling Hart here running a 250cc Honda engine.
Warm up your saws.
Good sign. You want your saws to start. That's the first most crucial thing. They can be finicky. Sometimes they don't want to go. I know Stirling had an issue even with shipping it here. He had a part that was banged up. It went out and got welded last night to make sure that it could run here today. But he's up there. He's on the stage. And like I said before, with nothing to lose. He's far enough back in points. He can't win it, but he can't win the overall, but he can put in a ripping time, and I'm looking for a great cut here from Sterling Hart today. There we go. Competitors have to have their hands on the wood on go. They set a decompression, get their bar oil running, lock that trigger, pull that cord,
to
let
your
her rip.
timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Clean start, quick to the wood. Good second cut. Good. Oh, a little hang on the third, but looking like 3 discs. Not a bad cut. Good clean runs. New personal best. Great job, Sterling Hart. Clean runs from him. Well done. He was going for it a bit there, Rod. You could tell it bogged out a little bit, that third cut, but not a bad run there from Sterling. 3 on the deck, and that's ultimately what we're looking for, no DQs.
That's right, and you remember here just a few national championships ago, we actually had all but 1 DQ in the hot saw, so a time right now is a good thing to have.
Yeah, slow time better than no time. We say that in stocks all the time. I mean, it's we're going to get our call here.
And the cut is good.
Oh, yeah, you bet. John Russell makes the call. Sterling Hart, happy to get that. I mean, those saws, they weigh 60, 70 pounds. They're about that in horsepower as well. And, I mean, they're rugged pieces of gear. They are absolutely rugged. So much going on there. There's a lot happening when you pull that trigger.
Sterling Hart also filed his own chain for that event. That's which is quite an anomaly, actually. A lot of the guys get fellas that are professionals at filing chains to do it for it, but Sterling Hart took the file in hand. Saws cut really well.
All right, let's send it over to Andrea Hand with Sterling Hart.
Thanks, Ryan. Back here with Sterling Hart. Sterling, the infamous hot saw worth 3 times the points. Must feel good to see 3 discs on the ground.
Yeah, it's nice for once today to be in first place in an event. First one to go, but I'll take what I can get.
Sounds great. If you could have planned it any differently, how would that look for you on that cut?
I just went for a safe cut, to be honest with you. I've had some issues with disqualifying in the past, so I just wanted to put 3 on the deck, and I was able to do that. So I'd like to give a big thanks to my sponsor this year, Grill 23 from here in London, and everybody else that's been following along. And great show, and can't wait to see who comes out on top here.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Sterling. 3 on the deck. Way to go.
Great job by Sterling Hart, currently in first place in the hot saw, leading the way after 3 on the deck.
Showing them how it's done. Huh?
Yeah, that's right. Showing us how it's done. No, it's funny. Where you said I went for a safe cut, but there's a bit of strategy in that too. Again, that saw, it did have some issues from the shipping. They had to fix the pipe. That was, like I said, they were welding that pipe last night to make sure that it could run today. Now we have the hot saw showdown tomorrow, and he's conscious. He knows where he's at in the points in this, and he knew he's out of contention for the overall. So he's thinking, okay, well, I'm just going to get a run in. I'm going to see how this is going to run in this wood this weekend, make sure the pipe holds up. I might go for that hot saw showdown win tomorrow. This guy, he's a strategist. Don't kid yourself. He's always thinking ahead.
Well, he's a strategist, but also, right now, given the points he has, depending on what happens, if we had, hypothetically, a bunch of DQs, the guy could be sitting on, he actually could be getting a podium position.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So again, Sterling's like me. I always counted points. Sterling's also, he's pretty aware of where things are at. So he's a smart lad.
Yeah.
So again, safe cut, 3 on the deck. Again, hot saw, it's the love-hate relationship. Something can go sideways. Some guys may not get a time.
Yeah.
So, again, I think that's a pretty smart thing for Sterling. Some guys have no choice but to go for it today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's going to have his hands full because the big 380cc saw, the biggest saw here today, is about to run. Please welcome back to the stage, Jeff Larkin.
Yeah, so Larkin, talk about a big saw. I'm glad he didn't have to carry it up on stage. That would take half your energy just to get it there. But built by Scotty Reed. So we saw Scotty Reed in the springboard chop have an unfortunate tumble. But Scotty's pretty instrumental in this hot saw because he's building them out on the East Coast. He knows a lot. He's helped a lot of the guys get their saws running, tuned right. So again, this one here, this saw's been built by Scotty. Jeff's been running it. This chain's been filed by an American, Tim Keach. This baby should run fast.
Warm up your saw.
Good sign. That's what you need.
Very, very key. For the crowd watching, that's what you want to see. You want the saw to start first pull. That's usually a confidence builder. The saw's running well, so everything's set and in place. Now they just go through the routine of setting everything up, making sure the gas is on, the oil. The last thing they'll do is turn their oil on. They have to tether their cord
30 seconds
to make sure when they pull it, because sometimes these tethers they have a wrap start, so it's not like your typical chainsaw you buy off the shelf. They put all those things in place and get ready. Hands on the wood. Remember, all 8 fingers need to be across the line for the cold start.
Yeah, you mentioned the wrapping. It doesn't have a recoil like you do on a traditional chainsaw. So if that thing doesn't start on the first pull, you're putting some time. You're doing a quick wrap. But Jeff started great in the warm-up, and let's hope for a nice, clean run in the hot saw for Jeff.
Timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Good clean start. He's into it. Good first cut. Oh, missed on the second cut, but he picks it up. He's into the third. And there you go. Nice, good time for Jeff. Even with that missed cut on the upcut, he went back, reset it. We'll see if he's got 3 in the deck. It looked pretty good. We'll have to wait and see on the judge's call. But if he did it, he moves into that top spot. 8.88 seconds.
Yeah, personal best for Jeff Larkin. And again, there's a lot of things that can go sideways. So the judging team looking for number 1, that 6-inch line is on the block the full way around. Number 2, looking that there's 3 complete discs. And given that a second one, you saw the bar coming out through that, they're going to look a lot closer to make sure that whatever's left there is complete. So Larkin a little bit on the hot seat here right now, hoping that time's good.
Yeah.
Because that will put him, if it is good, that'll bump him into first place in the hot saw right now.
You bet.
We're going to do a video review.
Oh, boy. Okay. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that it's a disqualification. They could be looking for a number of things. They could be looking at a jump gun. I don't think that's the case. That looked pretty good. I'm going to say on that second cut, when he comes up and missed it, when he reset, it's almost like Bill's earlier stock saw cut. When he came in and kind of touched the edge of the log and then went up and reset it again. If Jeff didn't move his saw over far enough to make sure that he had a full disc all the way through that log, it may have been a DQ. It may have been that when it was a thin portion of the disc and when it hit the deck it broke, they couldn't put it back together. We'll have to wait and see, but boy, he's breathing heavy up there. Let's hope that he gets it.
Yeah, and again, you can tell a lot by just watching the competitor, and I can tell by Larkin stand there, he's I don't see a lot of confidence in that. He's probably thinking, I hope this is good.
Yeah.
And Jeff, we hope it's good too, buddy.
Yeah,
You've
we
had a
got
great
your back,
run
buddy.
here today. So
yeah, we'll put in a good word.
Oh, well, we got to be careful, Ryan, because head judge Jonathan Russell said if we don't behave today, he's going to yellow flag us.
Yeah, he did threaten to somehow give us a yellow flag. I'm not sure how that would show up in the record books, but probably wouldn't go well for us. I mean, look, you know what? Regardless of what happens on this call, I will say Jeff's got to be happy with how that saw ran.
Yes.
It sounded great. It cut great. It started smooth. And, I mean, that's one of the best runs I've seen him put in yet on the STIHL TIMBERSPORTS stage. It is a personal best, so hopefully he gets a good time here. But there's a lot to take away even from – I hate to say it, but even if you do get a DQ, there's a lot to learn from those. So I think it's still an opportunity for him now.
Yeah, Jeff's one of those competitors. He's on his way up through the ranks.
100%.
Learning everything he does. So again, this is a learning experience for him as well. He's pretty happy with how things are going here and making great strides every year. Like we're seeing Jeff up through now. He's close to the top of the heap here. He's always getting in, running the hot saw the last few years. So he's doing what he wants to do. Playing the crowd.
Yeah. The crowd wants a good time. The announcers want a good time. What's with these judges anyway? Boy, they're giving them a hard time, I tell you.
Doing their job. You know what? Hats off to those guys. Tough job,
it's a tough job. We joke about it, but it really is a difficult job. And they go through stuff such a close look at it. And that's the only way that we can make sure that the sport is carried on fairly and that all competitors are having the same opportunities, and our judging team that really does a fantastic job here. All right, final call.
So after an extensive video, we have a good cut.
Oh yeah, Jeff Larkin with a great cut. Love it, love to see it. Not to mention a personal best for him. Well done, Jeff. Boy, what a sigh of relief. I'm gonna say it right here. I think the folks in London, I think the energy you gave to him, that's what ultimately pushed him over the edge. 8.68 official time. And let's hear from Jeff Larkin and Andrea Hand.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm back here with Jeff Larkin. Jeff, you set a personal best in that with that beast of a machine, a 388. How'd you feel your saw ran today?
Saw ran awesome. Chain cut awesome. Thanks to Tim. Thanks to Scott. Just a little operator there on the switchover, but I can't complain about the equipment today. Just beautiful stuff I've been running.
Awesome. I think we would all agree with that, Jeff. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, congrats to Jeff on a good time. He's your new leader in the hot saw with an 8.68 second. But more than that, he's had just a stellar day. You know, last year, we'll go back a step. He didn't make it out of the first round. He had a bad run in the stock saw, similar to Bill, as we said today. Didn't make it through, and then all of a sudden, here he is this year. He's made it through to round 3. He's put in a stellar cut in the hot saw. And he's just shown us absolutely how it's done. Great job by Jeff Larkin. Congratulations to him on a fantastic day here in London at the 2025 Stihl Timbersports Canadian Championships. And we've got a few more heats yet to go, Rod.
Yeah, 4 more heats and some big saws coming. A few changes happening, I know, out back. So lots of things, lots of juggling going on. Scotty Reed, of course, not making it to the final round. That's tough on Scotty, but it may benefit other people. Scotty Reed, a big hand in the hot saw. He's always helping guys out, and we've got 2 guys. They shared a bedroom growing up. They share a single buck when it comes to the States, and they also share a hot saw.
Mitch and Stirling?
No.
Oh, Ben and Nathan.
Ben and
Ben
Nate.
and yes.
Mitch
right.
and Stirling shared a bedroom growing up.
Oh, I thought so. No. I missed it.
Yeah, Ben and Nathan. So, and again, the hot saws, the other thing with is heat. Heat's a killer in the hot saw event.
It is, yeah.
So they are only 2 runs apart. And every time they've ran that saw twice at a show, the first guy that gets a saw, it runs beautiful for him.
Yeah.
So, again, the big struggle is, and I said, coming into this, like if Nathan's behind Ben coming into this, we're, he's in trouble.
Yeah, you bet. And we're ready to go in the 3rd heat of the hot saw. Please welcome back to the stage, Nathan Cumberland. Now, Nathan has 2 national championships, not to mention the trophy championship, which he's won as well, but an absolute force in the Stihl Timbersports series here in Canada. Love seeing him. I love watching him compete. And now to see him in the hot saw in this event, he's in striking distance, Rod. He really is.
Yep.
18 points to win this event. If he puts in a time here, he's arguing with me. You're not. Pretend like you can't hear me.
Warm up your saw.
Good to see Nathan taking her cool in this event here. He's running Scott Reed's 330 Rotax. So Scotty would have filed it. He built this saw, so this is a Scott Reed creation. I'm glad Scotty's probably just happy to see it run here. And I know Nathan's pretty happy to have it there to run.
Yeah.
And Ben's even happier because he's going to have the first cut on their saw.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, the hot saws are a finicky tool. And, yeah, it's a great strategy. I think, Nathan, truthfully, I think he's making a decision consciously to give Ben a better opportunity to win by running that saw. However, this saw of Scott's it's a winning saw. It's
capable.
A great saw.
You
and
bet.
you're going to see more of it tomorrow. So if Nathan puts in a great cut here,
Athletes
really,
ready.
Stand
we could
to
see
your
something
timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Nice clean start. He's into it. Great cut. Great second cut. Little hang there, but he's into the 3rd. Oh, no. Robbed. Now, he does have the opportunity to re-wrap and start it again. Again, these saws are finicky. It warmed up a long time ago. Nate wants your support. He has 60 seconds to make this cut. If he can fire up this saw and finish that cut, he will get a time. Oh, he finishes from the bottom. And I think he blew off a piece of it. Not sure why he chose to go that route, but there is a yellow flag. And unfortunately, and he's trying to take it, and he's throwing it back. He's saying, that's yours. You keep it. Oh.
Wow, that was so close.
Very
so close to
unfortunate,
3 cookies
It was
on
an
the deck.
interesting decision there to go for the up cut on the 3rd cut. Seemed unnecessary, but, Nate's having a good time out here, too. Again, it's kind of like Stirling earlier on. He knew he was out of contention at this point for the overall. So kind of going forward a little bit, but, it shows a lot of the fact that he's coming in with a kind of a light approach to that event. Nothing wrong with that.
have a DQ for cut over the line.
Unfortunately, doesn't make it. Cut over the line. DQ. Big hand for Nathan. Oh, he's going to draw his own line. Yeah, he's saying it's fine. I wasn't over the line. It's right there. Now, big hand, Nathan Cumberland. What a day for him. Yeah, he's out after that one. Tough run for Nathan. Man, what a day we've seen. Still 3 to go. We've still got Mitchell, Marcel, and Ben. I don't know, Rod. I mean, it's a pick-em at this point. Mitch, Marcel, I'm going to say 2 best operators in Canada, probably in the Hots are right there. Marcel certainly. Ben maybe doesn't have that same pedigree in that event, but he continues to get more and more serious about this event, training it more, getting better and better. And of course, he has 2 back-to-back national championships, and you can't win them without doing well in the hot sauce. So he knows what it takes to get to this point. Boy, what a final we've got here.
It's good. It's pretty exciting. And again, they're in the hunt. Jeff Larkin, that good cut by him, that pops him up there into contention for a podium position.
It really does, yeah. He's in the mix there now, for sure.
So now that puts more pressure on the remaining 3 guys.
Yeah.
If they want a podium, they've got to lay down some good cuts and good times.
Yeah, I mean, basically, any DQs here in the final 3 heats, Jeff Larkin's on the podium in one position or another.
Yep.
He can't win it. He's behind points. Even with a win in this event, he would still be behind Ben, who's sitting higher. But, man, that's a good position to be in.
Great run by Jeff
He's got to be feeling good about that. Great day overall. He's guaranteed a 4th place finish in the Men's Canadian Championship. But, boy, I know he'd want that podium finish. That's what he's been striking for sure.
So all 3 saws we heard out back. We heard them start. Well, that's a good sign. So the last 3 contenders in the hot saw, we know their saws are running well. So now it's going to come down to these how they perform on stage under the pressure.
Yeah, the wood's there. I mean, not that wood has as much of a factor in the hot saw because they're so powerful. They'll kind of cut through anything. But it's certainly even. It's obviously this beautiful western white pine. The guys have been cutting it for a number of years. They know how it cuts. But really, it's the operator, man. It comes down to having a good enough saw that can be competitive, knowing the saw, and being able to have the confidence and competence to deliver a great cut in the final when the pressure's on.
Yeah, if you compare the saws in these last 3 heats, actually, Mitch Hewitt's 140 cc, and the other 2 saws, Ben and Marcel's, double the horsepower. 330 cc's and 325 cc's. So, but Mitch Hewitt, if you talk about as far as hot saw operators go, he's a smooth operator when it comes to hot saws. So he's familiar with this saw. He's run it for years. So again, I don't think I'd let the cc's bother me much. He just has to put 3 good cuts on the deck, and guess what? Mitch Hewitt could be back on the podium in Canada.
Well, and I mean, his personal best is in the 8s, and that's competitive here today so far. So, I mean, I think that the ability to know that he can jump up in there is something that he's got to say, okay, I'm going to put a cut in. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to get my spot in the top. And, but at the same time, you never want to hope for anything. You want to beat guys when they're at their best. That's the way all these guys think. I want the best competitors competing on their best day, and then I want to beat them. These are all top-level competitors, and they've got that competitive nature, and they want to deliver. Looks like we're just about ready to go for our final run here for Mitch Hewitt today. Waiting for his helper make his way off the stage. I think Bill wants to act as the tether himself. He said, tie it to my leg. We can't do that, Bill. Unfortunately, that's not going to fly here with the safety rules and our top judging team. All right, we're ready to go. Heat number 4 of the hot saw. Please welcome back Mitch the Missile Hewitt. Coming off a win in the springboard. No surprise there.
Mitch is running a 140cc Dennis Cahoon saw. It's a Honda. And, of course, Mitch has also filed this chain himself. He's no slouch. He actually works as a feller in the woods in British Columbia, so he knows his way around a file. Spent a little bit of time on the file on this one, so can't wait to see Mitch run this saw that he's ran for so many years.
Yeah, he's a good feller. He's pretty good feller. All right, Mitch Hewitt.
Warm up your saw.
60-second warm up. Fires right up. That's what you want. He's been running this saw a long time, Rod. He knows this saw. That's what you want. Now you're seeing the saw from a different angle for the first time here today. You're going to see him wrap that tether cord around, set it. He's going to lock his trigger, get his bar oil on, have his tether
30
connected
seconds.
so that that pull cord doesn't go flying right across the stage.
Very important as well, Ryan, because that's a DQ as well, right?
Yes, it is.
Lots of ways things can go sideways here.
Ready to go. Heat number 4 of the hot saw here, the Canadian
Athletes
Championships.
ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Great cut. Mitch Hewitt. Yes, sir. Oh, unofficially just edging out Jeff Larkin's time. We'll have to wait on the call to make sure if he got 3 on the deck and a clean cut. But it's looking good. It looks so smooth. Smooth as silk. Is it enough? Is it enough to earn him that podium spot? He needs a clean cut here.
And the cut, good.
All right. Mitch Hewitt does it 5 times, national champion, and currently now your points leader after that run. What a job. That does knock Jeff down off the podium. But man, unofficially, things can still shake up a bit. They can still shake up. But Mitch sitting in a great spot. Your fastest time so far. We're going to send it over to Andrea Hand with Mitch Hewitt.
Thanks so much, Ryan. I'm back here with our current leader, Mitch Hewitt. Mitch, 3 discs on the floor. That looks so smooth, so quick, so fast. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, pretty happy. That's exactly what I wanted. Not here to break records with my little saw, so just need 3 safe cuts, and, you know, I couldn't have done better.
Well, it looked great. The 140 is now in the lead.
I love it. It's not always the size of the dog in the fight, is it?
The size of the fight in the dog, as we know.
Beautiful cut there, Mitch, showing us how it's done. I mean, he knows that saw in and out, and he's ran it so many times. I think he gave it just about everything that saw could take. It looked like he was really pushing it. You know, that first cut took almost 3 seconds. Those next 2 were only 5. So, I mean, he pushed it on the up, and that final cut, he really leaned into it, and just a great job. A true technician in all the events, and now with an official time, 8.46 seconds, taking the lead in the hot saw and putting himself into contention for an overall, but a guaranteed podium finish there for Mitch. Now he has to just sit back and wait and see what happens with Marcel and with Ben.
We're really seeing a battle now for the Canadian Championship.
Yes, we are. Yeah,
right.
The final 2 heats this is what it comes down to.
Right.
All right here.
So these guys, the last 3 are all on the podium. It's a matter of where. So lots of excitement left. Marcel, Dupuis, and Ben both with large saws, 300 plus cc's of power. Marcel Dupuis, one of the best hot saw operators in the country, if not in the world. And of course, he's coming up next, and he knows, like Marcel knows, he's in contention for the overall.
100%.
So he's got to not only have 3 cuts in the, he's got to have a fast time. So,
yeah, I mean,
lots of excitement.
We've seen Marcel put in times in the low 5s. Really, the only guy in Canada that's putting up those type of times in the STIHL TimberSports series, anyway. I think if he can deliver the type of cut he's able to deliver, and he knows that, he's got a chance at a 4th national title. Flip side of that, Ben Cumberland got a good saw. He's been running it. He's getting better and better and better, and he's coming off 2 straight national titles. who does it? Does he take a third, or does Marcel take a fourth? I mean, this is as close as it comes when crowning a champion in the Steel Timber Sports Series. I love to see it. It all comes down to the hot saw.
Or does Mitch Hewitt win his sixth?
Well, I mean, yeah, listen, things can, holy cow.
Anything can happen.
You're blowing my mind here, Rod. What's going on? We've got, it's way too many titles to count. I can't count them all. Holy cow, yeah.
It's great to
comes
see
down to these
those
last
guys.
two heats.
Yeah.
And it looks like we are just about ready for our second to last heat. Please welcome back to the stage once again, the beast from the east, Marcel Dupuis. This guy knows how to run hot saws. We saw him run a 5.21 with Sega Beach back in 2018. It's the fastest I've ever seen him run on the steel stage. He's ran a 5.43 back in 2024, or 2023. I mean, he knows how to operate the saw and get it done.
He's actually the current record holder, national record holder in Canada with 5.43 seconds.
There you go.
Warm up your saw.
And Marcel is running a 330cc Honda engine built by Ken Hiltz in Nova Scotia, chain sharpened by Tim Keach. And everything looks like it's in order here. As we get set for the second to last heat, time to beat now. Mitch Hewitt at 8.46 seconds.
Definitely doable. No doubt about it. Marcel knows it. All comes down to this, Rod.
30 seconds.
The finishing touches. All these things he's done a million times. He's a great technician in this event. He's a powerhouse in all the others. In this one, he's a technician. Knows the saw and knows how to get the job done on the biggest stage in the country.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Great start. 1 on the deck, 2 on the deck, 3 on the deck for Marcel. Sub 6 seconds. Great run. Are they clean? The judges will have a look. He needs the thumbs up. This cut puts an enormous amount of pressure on Ben. If it's clean, then we may be looking at a 4-time national champion. What do the judges say?
And the cut is good.
You're right. Oh, yeah. Marcel Dupuis, 5.81 seconds unofficially. We'll see what that drops to. But, Rod, that was the cut he needed. The sub 6 seconds. All the pressure that it puts on Ben to make a flawless cut. Man, oh, man, it's going to be awfully tight. But what a great run by Marcel. Beautiful cut.
Yep, that
absolutely stellar.
Saw that, again, a reliable saw. Marcel's ran it for years. And he just went up the stage, did what he always does, put down a great cut, sub 6 second cut.
Yeah, you bet. All right, we're going to send it over to Andrea Ham with Marcel Dupuis.
Thanks, Ryan. Back here with Marcel. Marcel, not often I get to see a smile on your face that was that big when you walk off the stage. That was a great cut. That last cut had so much confidence behind it. It looked like you just left it all out there on the floor. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I knew I'm trying to make time up on Ben here, and I knew I had to have a fast cut. And my saw that's built from Ken Hiltz and the chain from Tim Keach is running excellent, so it's just all operator. And when I knew I had lots of room on my up cut for my third cut, I said, okay, now you know what to do. I've been running them long enough that I put some pressure on, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, you put on a great show, Marcel, and you make it so easy to watch. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely stellar performance. Right there, you're seeing a 3-time national champion showing you how to deliver in the biggest moments. A beautiful cut from Marcel, 5.71 seconds officially, putting him in the first place overall spot going into the final heat. Now, doing some math on this, Rob, we were just talking about it. If Ben can cut faster than Mitch it would put him in a position to tie for points with Marcel. However, the way we break ties is in overall time. So when you start looking at their overall time for the day, they're about 7 seconds apart. So in order for Ben to win his third national title, not only does he need to beat Mitch's time, he needs to be sub 6.5 seconds to guarantee it. So he needs to put in a similar cut than Marcel just put in order to get the job done here today. It's a tough job to do, but he can do it, and his saw is capable. I'm certain of it.
Yep, we've seen that saw of his, and actually he's running a 325 Rotax. We've seen that cut in less than 5 seconds just last weekend. So he's got the saw to do it. He's been training a lot. The one thing I will say for Ben, who loves to swing an axe, he's been spending a lot of time in the barn with this hot saw. So,
and that's what you got to do.
Exactly right. And he knows that. Like Ben's been in this position a number of times before. Last year at the World Championship.
Yeah, not exactly. Not just here at the Canadian Champs, at the World Championships.
So he doesn't want a repeat of that. So I'm quite excited to watch this.
Man, oh man, it all comes down to this. London, Ontario, the 2025 Steel Timber Sports Canadian Championships, our final heat of the Men's Pro Championship. It all comes down to this, folks. Please welcome back to the stage, Ben Cumberland. Needs at least a sub 7 second cut right around there in order to make it work.
Warm up your saw.
Good sign when that saw starts.
Good sign, Rod. It started. That's what you want. That's the first hurdle. Okay, it started. Great. Now, he's got to put himself mentally into the zone. We've seen it today. We saw it in the standing block chop. We saw it in the single block. We've seen him perform at his best throughout the day. The last 2 years, he's been the best competitor in Canada. Can he do it again here today? Can he win the hot saw or do well enough in the hot saw to earn that top podium finish? Or will it be Marcel Dupuis taking home his 4th national title? We're about to find out right here in London.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Good clean start. First on the deck. Oh, a good time, 8:24. It may be enough to put him into that second spot. Is it going to be enough? I think he needed a little faster cut. He had that bog. That might be it. We'll have to wait and see. First of all, he needs the clean disc. He needs 3 on the deck, and the judges have to give him to him. There's some thick cuts there, Rod. That's a thick stack of timber. I don't know. They're having a close look. He needs the paint. If he gets the cut, he's in contention. If he doesn't, it's Marcel Dupuis taking it home.
And the cut is good.
Good cut. Now we have to wait. Now we have to wait. All the results. There's going to be a lot of tallying here going on. A lot of tallying. We'll wait to get our official word. But Ben Cumberland, we're going to send it over to Andrea Ham with Ben Cumberland to see how he feels about that hot saw run. What an absolute run. We'll hold off for a moment, send it over to Andrea. But man, what a day. That's our final run and our final discipline.
Well, that's what we wanted to see. We saw a great ladies championship yesterday. Andrea Hand coming right down to the last event. And of course today, same thing, comes right down to the last person in the last event. And boys, it's a nail biter. It's going to be a nail biter right to the podium.
Yeah, you're right. We'll announce our podium here soon, but first let's send it over to Andrea to chat with Ben about his... Nope, we're not going to do that. We're going to check on this day and talk a little bit about how we've been competing all day there, Rod. It's awfully close. We've had amazing feats of timber sports all day long. Really impressive stuff. I mean, I would say an upset early on, not seeing Bill Bischoff move on. That was a bit of a shock. We had some weird runs in the springboard chop. That certainly shook things up. And then we make it all the way to the hot saw, and it all comes down to a dogfight, ultimately between Marcel and Ben. All right, after the hot saw, it is in fact Marcel Dupuis taking home that event. 5.71 seconds. He takes 18 points. Ben in second. After that, 15 points. Mitch Hewitt in the third spot. 12 points for him. Jeff Larkin, fourth overall in the hot saw. 9 points for him. Stirling in the fifth spot. Nathan with the DQ. And that does, in fact, mean that after the hot saw, it is Marcel Dupuis taking home the win in the hot saw and his fourth national championship here in Canada. 75 points overall. Ben Cumberland also with 75 points, tying. What a great race. Yeah. But it is Marcel that takes it over. Mitch Hewitt in the third spot with 63. Jeff Larkin, 48 points. Great job for him. Just missing out on that podium, but a great day. Nathan Cumberland, 44 points, and Stirling with 39. Let's send it over to Andrea. She's there with Ben Cumberland, and then we'll hear from our new champion, Marcel Dupuis.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm here with Ben Cumberland. Ben, you are no stranger to that podium. And I know, of course, we all show up here for number one, but to stand on that podium is a great honor. Give me your overall take of the day and how it went for you.
Yeah, overall, the day went pretty well. Couldn't ask for anything, extraordinary to have happened. A few things have happened throughout the day that I wish I could have back. A couple things in the underhand. Stock saw was great. Standing block was pretty good. And then single buck was, there's one little thing there. And springboard kind of bit me in the butt as per usual. And then I'm not sure what happened on the upcut, the hot saw, but we got a lot of people rooting for me. And I just want to say thanks to everyone that supported me so far.
All right, Ben. Well, from the outside looking in, you did a heck of a job today, and pretty confident to say you'll be headed over to Europe on Team Canada regardless. So get ready to get packed for overseas.
Sounds good. We'll see.
Thanks so much, Ben.
Great job today, Ben Cumberland. As Andrea mentioned, he's basically going to be a representative on probably the standing block chop after that in the relay team. And, I mean, no shame in second place when you're 1 second off another national title. And if that's the man to lose to, it's Marcel Dupuis, the best hot sawyer in Canada, once again showing us how it's done. Really impressive stuff. Before we send it over to our new champion, I just want to thank again our title sponsor, Boston Pizza, as well as our official travel sponsor, Toyo Tires. And a big shout out to the Western Fair. They've been so fantastic having us here today. We want to thank you all for coming, checking us out. All the folks here working today behind the scenes. Our entire team at STIHL, Lucky Bay Productions, Lav, my co-host Rod, Andrea Hand. I want to say thanks to everybody. Great job by everyone involved. Rod, what a day. What a day here in London.
Yeah, a great place to spend our 2025 Canadian Pro Men's Championship at the Western Fair here in London, Ontario. We were here before, but man, great to see. We had a huge crowd here today. Awesome to see them. I'm sure they had as much fun and excitement as we did watching this go down. And again, there's still more to come tomorrow with the Hot Sauce Showdown.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. I mean, what a day. I love seeing the best competitors in the country at their best on the biggest stage. We talk about it over and over. And we're not done yet. We've got a big event tomorrow, the Hot Sauce Showdown at 1 p.m. Before we go into our awards ceremony, I want to hear from our brand new 4-time national champion, Marcel Dupuis.
That's right, Ryan. I am standing next to your 2025 Pro Men's Champion. Marcel, you are no stranger to this podium. Welcome back to your #1 position. If there is one highlight of your day that you could share with all of us, what would that be?
It's probably my standing block. I've cut my best standing block that I've cut in my life today at this competition, and I think today was just a consistent day for me, and I didn't make too many big mistakes, and at the end of the day, I came up on top, and it's kind of surprising, but I'll take it.
Marcel, such a pleasure to hang out with, such a pleasure to watch, all the talent in the world. Wishing you the best overseas representing Canada in the individuals.
Thank you, champion, as well.
Thanks so much.
Huge congratulations, Marcel Dupuis, your 2025 Stihl Timbersports Canadian champion. All right, before we welcome all of our athletes back out to the stage in our award ceremony, we want to bring back, of course, our fantastic judging team. Please welcome back to the stage our official Stihl Timbersports judges, Darren Colford, Danielle Koch, and our conducting judge, Jonathan Russell. Big thanks to them. They do such a fantastic job. Really, really impressive stuff, these guys. Absolutely stellar. And they had some tough calls today, too.
No question. Did a great job, I think, calling the show today.
Me too.
Can't thank them enough for that as we move along.
Yeah, fantastic. We also want to thank and welcome all of our athletes back onto the stage who unfortunately didn't make the podium here today. We had some fantastic athletes here with us today. Alex Cannell, Frank Armsworthy, Nick Hall, Garnet Peters, Bill Bischoff, Stirling Hart, Scott Reed, and Jeff Larkin. Great job by those gentlemen. Big hand for all of our athletes. Boy, they laid it all on the line here today. Absolutely stellar performances across the board. There's always something that any one of these guys can take away and recognize this was, it was a big day for me. If it's somebody like Scott Reed, it's making it to the second round. Somebody like Jeff Larkin, it's having a great run in the hot tub, making it deep into the tournament. I mean, it's a really just a fantastic day overall. Anybody that's making it to the stage at all, you're the top 12 in the country, period.
Nothing wrong with that.
And then you work your way through. It's really great stuff to see. Well, we have our athletes. I think it's time to jump to our podium. Our third place award will be presented by Jason McNichol, Director of Operations for STIHL Limited. Please welcome to the stage, in third place, Mitch the Missile Hewitt. 63 points overall. It was that great run in the hot saw that earned him that third spot. Might be a small saw, but man, he knew how to run it. He did a great job. He had a win in the springboard and just a great day overall.
So big congratulations to Mitch Hewitt there, but now we have our second place athlete tied for points with our overall winner, but just a second and a half behind him. And to present the second place award, we're going to ask Reg Ash, the CEO of the Western Fair, to come to the stage. But our second place finisher this year goes to Ben, the Captain Cumberland.
Ben Cumberland, absolutely stellar day. I mean, it all comes down to a second and a half. That's the difference between first and second. That is how tight the series is. And he's just such a fantastic competitor. He gets better and better each year. I know he's not standing on top this year, which is odd for him. He has the last two. But I mean, him and Marcel have been competing against each other for a very long time. And I know he's proud of his finish regardless. Great job by Ben Cumberland. But now, of course, we have the presentation of the STIHL Timbersports Peter Colliver Memorial Trophy. This year's champion will have their name etched onto the STIHL TIMBERSPORTS Peter Colliver Memorial Trophy, continuing a decade-long tradition of celebrating the sport and honoring the life of an iconic figure in Canadian STIHL TIMBERSPORTS series. This year's winner will be presented by Dave Warren, the president of STIHL Canada. Please congratulate, welcome, and stand for the man, the beast from the East, your 2025 STIHL TIMBERSPORTS Canadian Men's Pro Champion, Marcel Dupuis. Again and again, 4 times the national champion. He won it for the first time in 2015. 2015 run, 10 years later, and he's still on top.
Great to see, and again, big thanks to that hot saw run. He had a great run. And also the standing block. Great finish in the standing block chop. And that's what catapulted him a second and a half ahead of second place finisher Ben.
Absolutely remarkable stuff. Marcel Dupuis, the best in Canada, once again in the STIHL TIMBERSPORTS series. And of course, these guys, we've got to celebrate with our ceremonial champagne shower. And of course, we want to thank our fantastic audience. Be sure to join us tomorrow, 1 p.m. for the Hot Sauce Showdown right here again. And you can follow all the action from the STIHL TIMBERSPORTS series on TSN, as well as TSN Plus, and check out our brand new series, Beyond the Cut. Thanks to Boston Pizza, Toyo Tires, and of course, STIHL Canada for all their support. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Ryan McIntyre, along with Rod Cumberland, and we're signing off from London.
That's what that is. And Jeff's been doing it forever, and that's why he's now really coming into his own, coming into his prime.
It makes the tree roll on top of the stump.
So if you're not holding it down as you push in, the nose is going to drop.
Athlete ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
Wow! Marcel Dupuis did not come to mess around. Remember, he set the Canadian record in this event with a time of 5.21. We're going to need some video review to see how fast that time was.
2 good cuts.
There you go, folks. 2 good cuts. Marcel Dupuis. That's exactly the time he needed to make. Unbelievable. The amount of accuracy, steadiness that guy has is so fast to the wood.
So now that's 70 degrees. So that's what's the method. You used to do 45 down home, and now they want you to do 70 degree because he's got more control of the tree when it hits the ground. The hinge, as you can see, none of these trees jumped on the ground. They stayed on the stump. So the hinge never breaks. So your hinge, that's the piece of wood that's left over that you never cut. So this here has about 1 inch of hinge the whole side. So that just folds. So it keeps control of your tree so that your tree doesn't bounce out and fall. So, and you leave that attached, you limb your tree so your tree doesn't roll when you limb, and then you cut your hinge off. So it's just a more safer way to cut the tree that are being taught here in New Brunswick now. So. So now this part is putting a choker on. You leave, this is called a bell. You leave your bell in your hand, you go around the tree, then hook it in the bell. Choker set, and then you go to the next one. Same thing here. Leave the bell in your hand, shove the cable through, and set the bell. So here, because the stump, we might have the tree roll, so we're gonna put the choker on the back side of it. So it makes the tree roll a little bit on top of the stump. All right? Now we'll winch it in.
I don't know. I kind of wish he wasn't a nice guy, so it would be a lot easier that when he does embarrass you on the stage, he's not the first. He's not over there helping you while you're still competing in your chop. I'm pretty sure he could have wedged for me in my single buck after completing his. Yeah, Marcel, man, he's just this guy that, end of the day, he pushes himself to his limits. There's a physical prowess that he brings. He's a big, strong, powerful guy, no question. But there's a mental strength that Marcel has that you can't teach and you can't train. He shows up and he turns himself into this animal, this beast. I think Beast of the East is the proper nickname for this man. He is a beast. When he steps on the stage, he flips a switch and you do not want to get in his way.
Athletes ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
A quick start for Nick Hall and Marcel Dupuis. A bit of a jump off for Nick Hall on stand number 2. He's making up that time, hitting his lines perfectly. There we go, Marcel Dupuis on stand number 1. He's your reigning Canadian champion, and he's looking like it on the underhand yet again. He's gonna drive, and he's done. Holy smokes. Keep it going.